The old fire towers of the Appalachian Mountains are relics of a bygone era. Standing tall on lonely peaks, most have been left to rust and decay, forgotten by the world below. But for urban explorers, thrill seekers, and those just looking for a unique camping spot with an unparalleled view, they are irresistible beacons. The following are accounts from people who sought that thrill. They climbed the rickety stairs, settled into the glass-walled cabins in the sky, and found something waiting for them in the isolation. These are their stories. My name is Michael Sterling. For the past 6 years, I've worked as an architectural journalist in New York City, a job that sounds far more glamorous than it is. In reality, it consists of chasing deadlines, navigating a concrete labyrinth, and subsisting on lukewarm coffee. I write about forgotten structures, the ghosts of buildings left behind by progress. It's a niche I fell into, and while it pays the bills, the relentless noise and pace of the city had worn me down to a nub. I was suffering from a profound sense of burnout, a state where the constant hum of urban life felt like a physical weight on my chest. I craved silence, not just the absence of noise, but a deep, resonant quiet that could recalibrate my soul. That's what led me to the Appalachian Mountains and, more specifically, to a decommissioned fire tower perched atop a remote ridge. I'd found it through a series of obscure hiking forums and archived forestry maps. The tower, designated Lookout Point 7, had been abandoned for over 3 decades. There were no official trails leading to it, no signs, no park rangers. It was a relic forgotten by time, and for me, it represented the ultimate escape. My plan was simple: hike in, spend 4 nights alone in the tower's cabin, and write. Not for work, but for myself. I wanted to disconnect completely. To be in a place where the only alerts I'd receive would be the changing of the weather. The journey itself was a testament to its isolation. After a 6-hour drive from the city, I parked my car on a gravel pull-off that was little more than a scar on the side of a county road. The trailhead was an unmarked gap in the trees, with a heavy pack containing food, water, a sleeping bag, and my reading material. I plunged into the dense forest. The hike was grueling, a steep, unrelenting ascent over 8 miles of tangled roots, slick rocks, and fallen logs. The air grew thinner, cooler. The sounds of civilization, the distant drone of a highway, the bark of a dog, faded within the first hour, replaced by the whisper of the wind through the pines and the frantic thumping of my own heart. By late afternoon, after hours of punishing effort, I saw it. The tower rose from the summit like a rust-wept sentinel. It was a skeletal frame of weathered steel, maybe 100 feet tall, with a small cabin, a cage of glass and metal, balanced precariously at its apex. It looked both magnificent and terrifying, a man-made intrusion that the wilderness was slowly, patiently reclaiming. Climbing the stairs was an ordeal in itself. The metal steps were narrow, and many were coated in a slick layer of moss. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze in the forest below, was a powerful, insistent force up here. It howled through the steel beams, making the entire structure vibrate with a low, resonant hum. With each step upward, the ground fell away, and a dizzying sense of vertigo took hold. I kept my eyes fixed on the steps in front of me, refusing to look down, my knuckles white as I gripped the icy handrails. Finally, I reached the top and pushed open the heavy trapdoor that served as the cabin's entrance. The space inside was Spartan but perfect. It was a single room, perhaps 15 by 15 feet, with windows on all four sides offering a breathtaking 360-degree view of the rolling, forested mountains. A simple metal cot was folded against one wall, a small built-in table and bench under another. Dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, and the air smelled of old wood, rust, and ozone. I dropped my pack with a heavy thud, the sound echoing in the profound silence. This was it. I was utterly, completely alone. The first night was magical. I watched the sun dip below the horizon, painting the endless sea of peaks in fiery shades of orange and purple. As darkness fell, a profound, primal blackness enveloped the world, and the sky exploded with a spray of stars so brilliant they felt close enough to touch. The tower, however, was not silent. It was a living thing, constantly shifting and groaning under the assault of the wind. The metal frame would contract with a loud ping in the cold. The wind would whistle through a cracked window pane, creating a low, mournful flute-like sound. At first, every noise set me on edge, but I gradually learned to interpret them. It was the tower's language, the symphony of an old structure settling its bones. I fell asleep to its metallic lullaby, feeling a sense of peace I hadn't known in years. The second day was spent in quiet contemplation. I read, I wrote in my journal, I made coffee on my small camp stove and simply sat, watching the clouds drift by. The isolation was intoxicating. My phone had no signal, a fact that brought me immense relief. I was the sole occupant of this small kingdom in the sky. The world and its demands had ceased to exist. The second night was much like the first. I was becoming accustomed to the tower's personality. I could distinguish the groan of a support beam, under a strong gust from the rattle of a loose window frame. These were the normal sounds, the baseline of my new reality. I felt a sense of mastery, of belonging. The initial fear of the height and the solitude had been replaced by a deep sense of tranquility. The tower was no longer a scary, skeletal thing. It was my sanctuary, my fortress of solitude. Then came the third night. The day had been overcast and moody, a thick blanket of gray clouds obscuring the sun. A damp chill had settled in, and I spent most of the afternoon wrapped in my sleeping bag, reading an old paperback. As evening bled into night, a thick fog rolled in, swallowing the landscape. The panoramic view from my glass box was gone, replaced by an impenetrable wall of swirling white. I was floating in a cloud, detached from the world below. The tower's usual creaks and groans were muffled by the fog, creating an eerie, muted silence. I was propped up on the cot, my headlamp casting a small circle of light on the pages of my book. It was around 11 p.m. The only sounds were the soft rustle of my turning pages and the gentle, rhythmic sigh of the wind. I was finally getting used to the creaks and groans of the old tower. I was relaxed, lost in the story. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a creak of metal or a groan of wood. It wasn't the wind. This sound was different. It was crisp, deliberate, and utterly alien in this environment. Knock. The sound was firm, polite, and perfectly spaced. It came from directly below me, from the trapdoor in the middle of the floor. It sounded exactly like a person knocking on a solid wooden front door. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. My heart, which had been beating calmly just a second before, slammed against my ribs like a trapped bird. My blood ran cold. Every rational thought evaporated, replaced by a single, screaming question: how? I was 100 feet in the air, on a forgotten mountaintop 8 miles from the nearest road. The fog was so thick I couldn't see 10 feet past the windows. No one could have followed me without a light, and I would have seen a light from miles away. No one could have climbed that rickety, treacherous staircase in the dark and the fog without making a sound. It was impossible. My mind raced, desperately searching for a logical explanation. A branch. No, the sound was too rhythmic, too intentional. An animal? A woodpecker? No. It was too low, too resonant. It had the distinct, hollow percussion of knuckles on thick wood. After a minute of absolute, suffocating silence, it came again. K-no-C, K-no-K, louder this time, more insistent. The sound vibrated through the floorboards, a physical presence in the small, isolated cabin. It was no longer a polite inquiry, it was a demand. Someone or something was outside my door, and it wanted in. Panic is a cold, sharp thing. It bypassed thought and seized control of my body. My limbs were locked in place, my breath caught in my throat. I sat frozen on the cot, my headlamp beam a solitary, trembling circle of light in the oppressive darkness. The insistent, demanding K-no-C-K, K-no-C-K. K-no-C-K echoed not just in the small cabin, but inside my skull. It was the only real thing in a world that had suddenly become a nightmare. My mind, a frantic mess of denial and terror, scrambled for an explanation, any explanation, to anchor me to sanity. It had to be the wind. A peculiar eddy of air, somehow striking a loose piece of metal against the trapdoor's frame with perfect, rhythmic precision. It was a ridiculous notion, and I knew it. The sound was too organic, too deliberate. It was the sound of knuckles. My gaze was fixed on the trapdoor. It was a simple square of thick wood, reinforced with steel bands, set flush with the floor. A heavy iron ring served as a handle, and a thick, rusty sliding bolt was its only lock. I had slid the bolt home when I first arrived, more out of habit than any real sense of needing security. Now, that thin piece of oxidized metal was the only thing separating me from the impossible thing on the other side. The knocking stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was heavy, expectant. I strained my ears, listening for the slightest sound from below. A footstep on the metal stairs, a cough, a muttered word. There was nothing, only the low sigh of the wind and the frantic, painful thumping of my own heart. Was it gone? Had I imagined it? Was this some bizarre auditory hallucination brought on by the altitude and the isolation? I held my breath, counting the seconds. 10, 30. A full minute, nothing. A fragile tendril of hope began to sprout in the barren landscape of my fear. Maybe it was over. Maybe it was just a freak occurrence, a phantom sound that the fog had played tricks with. Then came the scratching. It started softly, a faint, dry rasp against the underside of the trapdoor. Scrar, scrow-ape. It was the sound of fingernails, or claws, dragging slowly, deliberately across the wood. It was a sound far more intimate and predatory than the knocking had been. The knocking had been a request to enter. The scratching was an attempt to find a way in. It spoke of a patient, calculating intelligence. The sound sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. This was not the wind. This was not a hallucination. This was real. Something was on the landing just below my feet, 100 feet above the ground, and it was trying to get into the cabin with me. Survival instinct, raw and primal, finally broke through the paralysis. I slid off the cot, my movements stiff and clumsy. My mind was a blank slate, all cognitive function erased except for one screaming imperative: survive. I needed a weapon. My eyes darted around the small cabin. My heavy hiking boot, too awkward. My camp stove, Useless. Then I saw it, the fire extinguisher. It was an old, heavy steel cylinder, bolted to the wall near the door. It was probably as old as the tower itself, its pressure gauge reading 0. But it was solid, heavy, and made of metal. I fumbled with the bracket, my fingers clumsy and numb. The extinguisher came free, with a loud clang that made me jump. I gripped its cold, heavy body in both hands, holding it like a club. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. It was a piece of solid reality in a world gone mad. I crept towards the center of the room, my socked feet making no sound on the dusty floorboards. The scratching continued, growing more insistent. It moved from the center of the door to the edges, as if searching for a weakness in the frame. Scrape, scrape, scrare. I stood over the trapdoor. The fire extinguisher held high, my knuckles white. My entire world had shrunk to that 3 by 3 foot square of wood. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice a dry, cracked thing I barely recognized. The scratching stopped instantly. The silence that fell was absolute. I felt a fool. What did I expect? A polite answer? Just a friendly neighborhood monster, sorry to bother you. I waited, my muscles screaming with tension. Then a new sound began, a low, guttural thump. And another. It was a heavy, rhythmic bumping against the door from below, as if something was methodically ramming its shoulder against it. With each impact, the thick wood shuddered and dust motes rained down from the frame. TMP. T. SHUMP. The entire cabin seemed to vibrate with the impacts. The bolt. My eyes shot to the rusty sliding bolt. It was holding, but with each impact, it rattled violently in its housing. How long would it last? The metal was old, corroded. How many blows could it withstand before it snapped or was ripped from the wood? Panic gave way to a desperate, frantic energy. I had to reinforce it. I looked around the room again. My heavy backpack. I dragged it across the floor and heaved it onto the center of the trapdoor. It wasn't much, but the weight might help. Next, the cot. It was made of folded steel. I wrestled with it, its metal legs screeching in protest, and managed to wedge one end under the built-in table, and the other firmly on top of the backpack. It was a clumsy, pathetic barricade, but it was all I had. Phew! A particularly violent impact shook the floor. The metal cot jumped, and the fire extinguisher slipped in my sweaty grip. The thing outside was strong. Frighteningly strong. I backed away from my makeshift fortress, retreating to the far corner of the cabin, pressing myself into the angle of the walls, as if I could somehow merge with them. I could do nothing more. I was a prisoner in my own sanctuary. All I could do was watch and listen, and pray that the bolt would hold. The ramming continued for what felt like an eternity. Each impact was a physical blow to my sanity. And then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence returned, deeper and more menacing than before. I didn't dare to hope this time. I knew it wasn't over. It was just changing its tactics. I waited, listening. The fog outside swirled against the glass windows, thick and white, rendering the world invisible. And through the fog, through the glass, through the low whistle of the wind, a new sound came. It was a voice. It was a low, guttural whisper, distorted and strange, as if it was being forced through a throat not designed for human speech. It scraped the air, a sound of wet gravel and dead leaves, and it whispered a single word. Miachal. It was my name. It was my name, spoken by the thing on the other side of a door. The sound slithered through the cracks in the walls, an intimate violation that chilled me to the bone. It knew my name. How could it know my name? I hadn't spoken to another soul in 3 days. I clamped my hands over my ears, but I could not block it out. The whisper wasn't just outside, it was inside my head. It was a sound that didn't belong to the natural world. It was ancient and filled with a timeless malice. Let me in, me a child. Each word was a struggle, a wet, drawn-out horror. It was no longer just a creature trying to break in. It was a predator, and it was taunting its cornered prey. It was enjoying my terror. And as I huddled in the corner, shaking uncontrollably, I knew with a certainty that defied all logic that the dawn would not save me. The night was long, and the thing outside had all the time in the world. The whispering stopped. For a terrifying moment, I thought it had finally broken through my mental defenses, that the silence meant it was already inside my head. But the external silence was real. The guttural, scraping voice was gone, leaving a void that was somehow even more menacing. The thing outside hadn't left. It was simply thinking, adapting. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that whatever came next would be worse. I remained huddled in the corner, clutching the fire extinguisher like a holy relic. My world was the small, fog-choked cabin. My reality was the barricaded trapdoor and the impenetrable white outside the windows. Time ceased to have meaning. It was an endless, sustained moment of pure terror. How long I stayed like that, I don't know. Minutes, an hour. Then a new sound began. A soft, delicate tap. It came from the window to my left. It was a tiny sound, almost lost in the whistle of the wind. Tap, tap, tap. It was gentle, inquisitive. It was the sound of a single fingernail tapping lightly on the glass. My head snapped in the direction of the sound. I saw nothing but the swirling fog, pressing against the pane like a living entity. The tapping continued, moving along the edge of the window frame. It was exploring, testing. It was the same patient, calculating intelligence I'd heard in the scratching on the door. It had given up on the floor and was now examining the walls. Tap. 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 It moved to the next window, then the next slowly, methodically circling the cabin. It was taking inventory of my cage, searching for the weakest point. I was a specimen in a jar, and the thing outside was deciding how best to open it. The sheer audacity of it. The cold, analytical nature of the threat was more terrifying than any brute force. Then the tapping stopped at the window directly in front of me. The silence stretched. I held my breath, my eyes glued to the glass. Through the thick, milky fog, a change occurred. A shape began to resolve itself out of the white. It was a subtle shift, a darkening in the vapor. It was tall and unnaturally thin, a slash of black against the gray. It was too tall. Its top was higher than the cabin's roofline. It was standing on the narrow catwalk outside, a place where no human could safely stand in this wind. As I stared, paralyzed, a part of the shape detached itself and moved towards the glass. It was an arm, but it was wrong. It was impossibly long and slender, jointed at an angle that defied biology. It ended not in a hand, but in a single, long, needle-like finger. It was this finger that had been tapping on the glass. I wanted to scream, but the sound was trapped in my throat, a solid lump of ice. I could only watch as the long, black finger pressed gently against the center of the window pane. The glass creaked, bowing inward under the slight pressure. A spider web of tiny cracks radiated out from the point of contact. It knew. It had found the weak spot. This window pane, I now remembered with a surge of cold dread, had a hairline crack running down its center. The finger retracted. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Then it struck. With a sound like a gunshot, the finger punched through the glass, shattering the entire pane. A shower of glittering shards exploded into the cabin. A blast of icy, fog-laden wind rushed in, extinguishing my headlamp and plunging the room into absolute darkness. I was blind. The only light was the faint, ambient glow of the fog outside the remaining windows. The thing was coming in. All thought, all fear, coalesced into a single, explosive burst of adrenaline. ESKE. I scrambled on all fours, away from the broken window, my hands sliding through broken glass. The fire extinguisher was gone, knocked from my grip. I didn't care. The only way out was down. I lunged for the barricade on the trapdoor. The thing at the window was making a noise now. A wet, clicking, eager sound as it tried to squeeze its impossibly thin frame through the opening. I tore at the cot, my fingers screaming in protest as I ripped it away. It clattered to the floor. I grabbed my heavy backpack and flung it aside. My fingers found the cold iron ring of the trapdoor handle. I pulled. It didn't budge. The weight of the creature, now likely standing on the catwalk right next to it, was pinning it shut. I heard a sickening, splintering crunch from the window frame as it widened. No. The sound ripped from my throat, raw and animalistic. I threw my entire body weight into it, pulling upwards with the strength of pure desperation. The bolt shrieked in protest. For a horrifying second, nothing happened. Then, with a groaning crack of wood, the trapdoor flew open. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself into the black opening, into the void. My feet found the top step of the metal staircase. I didn't look up. I couldn't. I just went down, half falling, half climbing. My hands slipping on the ice, cold, slick handrails. The wind tore at me, trying to rip me from the tower. Behind me, from the cabin, I heard a final, terrible sound, a triumphant, guttural shriek that was cut short. The thing finally pulled its form through the broken window, and then I heard it on the stairs above me. A frantic, skittering sound. The sound of unnaturally long limbs on metal. It was fast, much faster than me. I descended into the churning fog, blind and sobbing. Every step was a gamble. My foot slipped, and for a heart-stopping moment, I dangled over the abyss, my arms screaming as I held on to the rail. The skittering above me paused, as if savoring the moment. That pause saved me. I found my footing and continued my desperate flight. I don't remember the last 50 feet. It was a blur of motion, fear, and the horrifying sound of pursuit getting closer and closer. I reached the bottom and launched myself onto the frozen ground. I didn't look back. I ran. I ran through the pitch black forest, crashing through undergrowth, stumbling over roots, falling and picking myself up again and again. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned. My legs were numb. The only thing that drove me forward was the memory of that shriek and the skittering on the stairs. I ran until I thought my heart would explode. I don't know how I found my car. Maybe it was luck. Maybe it was some latent survival instinct. But after what felt like a lifetime of running, through the dark, I stumbled out of the tree line and saw the faint, blessed glint of its windshield on the side of the road. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get the door open. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. I jammed the key in the ignition, and the engine roared to life. I didn't turn on the headlights. I just slammed the car into drive and sped away, leaving Lookout Point 7 and its impossible occupant behind in the darkness. I drove for hours, not stopping until the sun came up and I was in a different state. I never went back. I quit my job. I moved out of the city. I can't be in tall buildings anymore. I can't be in places that are too quiet. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind is just right, I think I can hear it. A faint, polite tapping sound. Knock. Knock. And I know that what I saw in the Appalachian Mountains was real. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know. I only know that it is ancient, it is patient, and it is still out there, waiting in the high, lonely places of the world, and it knows my name. My name is Sarah, and I've always believed that true silence is a myth, an idea sold to city dwellers who've never spent a night in the real wilderness. Out there, the world is never quiet. There's the whisper of wind through pine needles, the rustle of unseen things in the undergrowth, the distant, lonely call of an owl. But the sounds I heard in that fire tower, in the heart of the Appalachians, they were different. They weren't the sounds of nature. The trip was meant to be an escape, a hard reset. I work as a freelance graphic designer, and my life had become a relentless cycle of deadlines, client revisions, and the sterile blue light of a computer screen. My world had shrunk to the size of my apartment. I craved something vast, something real and tangible. I wanted to feel small again, but in a good way, humbled by mountains and sky, not crushed by urban pressure. I'm an experienced hiker. I've spent weeks on the trails, learned to read a topographical map, and know how to pack for any weather. The idea of spending a weekend in an abandoned fire tower wasn't a reckless whim. It was the ultimate solo retreat. These towers, relics of a bygone era before satellite surveillance, are often left to the elements, lonely sentinels on the highest peaks. Some are locked and decaying, but others, as I'd learned from a niche online forum, are accessible. You just have to know where to look, and you have to be willing to make the climb. The one I chose was deep in a national forest, a black dot on the map at the end of a long, winding trail marked unmaintained. The drive itself was a process of shedding civilization. Paved highways gave way to two-lane country roads, then to gravel, and finally to a muddy track where I left my car, hidden in a thicket of rhododendrons. The last person I spoke to was a grizzled park ranger at an information booth miles back, who gave me a long, searching look when I told him my general destination. Not many folks head up to the old tower, he'd said, his voice a low rumble. Trails washed out in places, and the weather, it can turn on a dime up there. He paused, chewing on his lip. Just be careful, miss. The mountains keep their own counsel. His words echoed in my mind as I shouldered my pack and started the hike. The air was thick and humid, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. The trail was a green tunnel, as hikers call it, a path so enclosed by dense foliage that the sky was often just a memory. For the first few hours, it was bliss. The rhythmic crunch of my boots on the path, the burn in my calves, the sheer, unadulterated green of it all. It was exactly what I needed. My phone had lost its signal an hour into the drive, and the feeling of being completely disconnected was liberating. After nearly 5 hours of strenuous climbing, I saw it. Through a break in the trees, stabbing at the bruised, purple afternoon sky, was the tower. It was a rust-streaked skeleton of steel, rising 100 feet from the rocky summit. It looked precarious, ancient, and utterly alone. The final approach was a scramble over moss-covered boulders. The wind was stronger here, whistling through the steel girders with a low, mournful sound. The base of the tower was thick with overgrown weeds, but the staircase, a dizzying, narrow flight of metal steps, was intact. I tested the first few steps. They groaned under my weight but held firm. Climbing that staircase was the first real test of my nerve. With each step, the ground fell further away, and the wind pushed and pulled at me, trying to peel me from the structure. My heavy pack felt like an anchor, threatened to drag me backward into the empty air. I didn't look down. I focused on the landing above, one hand gripping the cold, rusted rail, the other steadying myself against the steps. Finally, I reached the catwalk that encircled the top chamber, the cab. A heavy trapdoor in the floor of the cab was secured with a simple bolt. It slid back with a grating shriek of metal on metal. I pushed, and the door lifted, revealing the small room that would be my home. It was a glass cage, a single square room with windows on all four sides, offering a breathtaking, uninterrupted 360-degree view of the rolling, infinite sea of mountains. The scale of it was staggering. I felt like the only person left in the world. In the center of the room was a metal pedestal where a map table once stood. Against one wall was a simple metal frame cot. That was it. Austere, functional, and perfect. I dropped my pack, my muscles screaming in relief. The first thing I did was walk the catwalk, my hands gripping the rail as I stared out at the endless expanse. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the clouds in fiery strokes of orange and pink. The wind was a constant, powerful presence, a living thing that made the entire structure sigh and creak around me. It was a lonely sound, but not yet a threatening one. As dusk settled, the temperature dropped. I pulled on a fleece and made my dinner. Dehydrated, chilly rehydrated with boiled water from my camp stove. I sat on the cot, eating straight from the pot, watching as the last light bled from the sky, and the first stars pricked the deep indigo canvas. It was profoundly peaceful. I felt the knots of tension in my shoulders finally begin to unspool. This was why I'd come. I unrolled my sleeping bag onto the cot and read a book by the light of my headlamp, but the sounds of the tower kept distracting me. The wind was picking up, and with it, the tower's voice grew louder. It wasn't just creaks and sighs anymore. There were sharp groans, as if the metal itself was in pain. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the floor, a bass note that I could feel in my teeth. I told myself it was normal. It was an old, exposed steel structure being battered by high-altitude winds. Of course it made noise. I put in my earbuds and listened to a podcast, trying to drown it out. Around midnight, the storm the ranger had warned about rolled in. It came suddenly, a distant rumble escalating into a full-blown assault. Rain began to lash against the glass panes, so hard it sounded like handfuls of gravel being thrown at the windows. Lightning bleached the world white, followed seconds later by cracks of thunder that shook the tower to its foundations. The little glass room felt like the most vulnerable place on Earth. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my sleeping bag, my heart hammering in time with the thunder, and listened. And through the chaos of the storm, I heard another sound. It was a dull, metallic thud. It came from outside, from the catwalk. It was heavier than the rain, more distinct than the groaning of the tower. My breath hitched. I strained to listen, my ears ringing. Was it a branch, torn from a tree by the wind and thrown against the railing? It had to be. What else could it be? Animals wouldn't be up here, not on this exposed steel in a thunderstorm. I lay there for what felt like an hour, rigid with a new kind of fear. The peace I had felt earlier was gone, replaced by a primal sense of being exposed, of being watched. I tried to reason with myself. It was the storm. It was my imagination, supercharged by the dramatic setting. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It felt like the tower wasn't just protesting the wind anymore. It felt like it was reacting to a weight it wasn't used to bearing. Eventually, through sheer exhaustion, I drifted into a fitful, dream-haunted sleep. I woke to a world reborn. The storm had passed, leaving behind a thick, white mist that filled the valleys, making the surrounding peaks look like islands in a cloudy sea. The air was cool and clean. My fear from the night before felt distant and foolish in the serene light of dawn. I laughed at myself as I fired up my stove to boil water for coffee. The sound had been nothing. It rained all night, and the inside of the glass was covered in condensation by morning. I was drinking my coffee, enjoying the misty view, when I saw it. On the outside of the window, about 7 feet up from the catwalk. It was a handprint. It wasn't a smudge or a smear. It was a perfect, clear print pressed into the morning dew on the glass. The condensation had outlined every detail. I stared, my coffee forgotten, a cold dread creeping up my spine and freezing the air in my lungs. It was too large to be human, impossibly so. But the truly horrifying part was the fingers. They were too long, too thin, like the legs of a spider. And the print was high on the glass, in a place a person of normal height could never reach from the catwalk unless they were a giant. It was a perfect, clear print, as if someone, or something, had just been standing there, leaning against the glass, watching me sleep. For a long moment, I didn't move. I simply stood there, frozen, the warm mug of coffee growing cold in my hands. My brain refused to process what my eyes were seeing. It was a cognitive dissonance so profound it felt like a physical blow. The serene, misty beauty of the morning had been shattered, replaced by a single, terrifying data point that didn't fit into any logical framework I possessed. A handprint, 7 feet up, with fingers like a spider's legs. My first coherent thought was denial. It had to be a trick of the light, a strange pattern in the condensation. I blinked hard, hoping the image would resolve into something mundane. A cluster of leaves plastered to the glass, perhaps. But it didn't change. It remained stubbornly, impossibly real. The dread that had been a cold trickle down my spine was now a flood of ice water in my veins. The thud from last night. It wasn't a branch. It was the sound of that hand hitting the glass. My breath came in ragged, shallow gasps. I was 100 feet in the air, in a glass box, with something that could not only climb, but was also tall enough to peer in from above. The feeling of being watched wasn't paranoia. It was a statement of fact. It had been right there, on the other side of a quarter-inch of glass, while I slept. Panic is a powerful blinding force. My instincts screamed at me to do one thing: run. But where? Down 100 feet of exposed, rickety stairs and then a 5-hour hike through a dense, unfamiliar forest. The tower, which moments ago felt like a trap, now seemed like the only defensible position on the entire mountain. At least here, I could see it coming. I forced myself to think. I was a hiker. I was a planner. I had to treat this like any other wilderness emergency. Assess the situation. Make a plan. Execute. First, I needed more information. As terrifying as the prospect was, I had to see it from the outside. I crept to the trapdoor, my every movement slow and deliberate, as if a sudden noise would summon the creature back. The metal bolt felt cold and heavy in my trembling hand. It slid back with a groan that sounded deafeningly loud in the silence. I pushed the door open, wincing at the shriek of rusted hinges, and peered down the dizzying spiral of stairs. They were empty. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I forced myself out onto the catwalk. The wind was gentle now, a stark contrast to last night's gale. The air was cool and damp. I kept my back pressed against the wall of the cab, my eyes scanning the surrounding forest, which was still shrouded in thick, rolling fog. I felt horribly exposed. I inched my way around the narrow platform until I was standing directly beneath the print. From here, it was even worse. I could see the faint, oily residue it had left on the glass, the distinct ridges and whorls of a palm print so much larger than my own. I looked up. To have placed its hand there, it would have to be standing on the very edge of the catwalk railing, a thin metal bar 100 feet above the jagged rocks below. Or it wasn't standing on the catwalk at all. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. That was it. I was leaving. Now, I scrambled back inside, slamming the trapdoor shut and ramming the bolt home. The illusion of safety it provided was laughably thin, but it was all I had. I began to pack with frantic, clumsy energy. My carefully organized gear was shoved haphazardly into my pack. Sleeping bag, stove, food, it all went in, crushed and disorganized. My only thought was speed. Every few seconds, I would stop, my heart leaping into my throat, and scan the windows, my eyes darting from one pane to the next, expecting to see a long face materialize from the mist. The tower was silent now, save for the sound of my own panicked breathing and the frantic rustle of my gear. The wind had died down completely. The silence was no longer a myth. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket. It was the silence of a predator holding its breath. Then I heard it. It wasn't a groan of metal or a whisper of wind. It was a scrape, a distinct, rhythmic scrape, 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 coming from directly beneath me. It was the sound of something heavy and sharp being dragged against the steel girders of the tower's support structure. It was climbing. I didn't wait to hear more. I slung my half-packed bag over my shoulders, the weight awkward and unbalanced, and threw open the trapdoor. I didn't bother to close it behind me. I practically fell onto the staircase, my hands grabbing the icy rails. The descent was a blur of pure terror. I took the steps 2 at a time, my boots clanging a frantic, percussive rhythm against the metal. I didn't dare look down, for fear of seeing what was climbing up to meet me. I didn't dare look up, for fear of what I might have left in the cab. My world narrowed to the next step, the next handhold. The fog was so thick I could barely see 10 feet below me, the ground completely invisible. It was like descending into nothingness, with a monster climbing up from the abyss. The scraping sound stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Was it waiting for me? Had it reached the top? My mind conjured images of it crouched in the cab, watching me flee, its long fingers wrapped around the pedestal. I risked a glance over my shoulder. The cab was a faint, hazy square in the mist above. Nothing moved. I kept going, my lungs burning, my legs shaking with adrenaline and exertion. When my feet finally hit solid ground, I stumbled, my legs nearly giving out. I was at the base of the tower, surrounded by the wet, cloying smell of the forest. The relief was fleeting, immediately replaced by a new, more expansive fear. I was no longer in my glass box. I was in its world now. The dense forest, which had seemed so beautiful and inviting yesterday, now felt like a labyrinth designed by a malevolent intelligence. Every tree was a potential hiding place. Every shadow held a threat. I found the trail and began to move, not running, but walking with a desperate, relentless pace. My hiking poles, usually reserved for stability, were now clutched in my hands like flimsy spears. The green tunnel was claustrophobic. The mist deadened all sound, creating an eerie, insulated world. The only sounds were the pounding of my heart in my ears and the squelch of my boots in the mud. For an hour, I saw nothing, heard nothing. The paranoia began to recede, replaced by the familiar burn of a strenuous hike. Maybe I had imagined the scraping. Maybe the print was some freakish natural phenomenon. Maybe I was just a city girl who had let the isolation get to her. Then I saw the track. It was in a patch of soft mud, right in the middle of the trail. It was a footprint, but like nothing I had ever seen. It was long and narrow, like a human's, but the toes were elongated, almost like claws, and they had dug deep into the earth. But the most unsettling part was the stride. I looked ahead and saw another print, a good 10 feet away from the first. No human could take a stride that long. It was moving along the trail, the same trail I was on. Was it in front of me or behind me? I didn't care. I started to run. All my wilderness training, all my rational thought, evaporated. I ran blindly, stumbling over roots, branches whipping at my face. I didn't know if I was running toward it or away from it. I just ran. I don't know how long I ran for. Time had lost all meaning. But eventually, through the thinning trees, I saw a glint of metal in a patch of color that wasn't green or brown. My car. I burst out of the tree line and onto the muddy track where I'd parked, gasping for air. Tears of relief streaming down my face. I had never been so happy to see my beat-up Subaru. I fumbled in my pocket for my keys, my hands shaking so violently it took 3 tries to get them out. As I finally jammed the key into the lock, I felt it again. That same prickling sensation of being watched. I looked up from the door handle, my eyes drawn to the edge of the forest, to the trailhead I had just emerged from. It was standing there. It was partially obscured by the shadows of the dense rhododendrons, but I could see it. It was tall, impossibly tall and thin, its body a pale, grayish color that seemed to absorb the light. Its limbs were long and jointed at odd angles. I couldn't make out a face, just a smooth, featureless shape where a head should be. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, at the edge of the woods, watching me. It had let me go. It had followed me all this way just to watch me leave. I tore my eyes away, threw myself into the car, and slammed the door. I didn't look back. I started the engine with a roar, sprayed everywhere as I spun the car around and sped away, my eyes locked on the rearview mirror. The figure remained at the edge of the trees, a silent, unmoving sentinel, until the winding road took it from my sight. I don't remember the first few miles of the drive. My foot was pressed to the floor, the engine screaming in protest as I threw the car around the muddy, rutted corners of the forest road. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and my eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror, expecting to see that tall, pale figure step out from between the trees at any moment, its impossibly long legs closing the distance with terrifying speed. The forest was no longer a beautiful wilderness. It was a cage, and every tree that flashed past was another bar. The tires finally bit into gravel, and then, like a drowning person breaking the surface, I hit the blessed, solid blacktop of the two-lane country road. I didn't slow down. I drove with a frantic, desperate energy until I saw the familiar wooden sign for the park ranger station. I swerved into the parking lot, my car skidding to a stop in a spray of gravel. I stumbled out of the car and practically fell through the door of the small, wood-paneled office. The same grizzled ranger from the day before was there, sitting behind a cluttered desk, a pair of reading glasses perched on his nose. He looked up, his expression shifting from mild curiosity to alarm as he took in my appearance. I must have been a sight, wild-eyed, spattered with mud, with long, bleeding scratches on my face and arms from my flight through the woods. "Miss, are you all right?" he asked, standing up slowly. Words tumbled out of me in a frantic, incoherent stream. The tower. It was in the tower, a handprint. Climate, I saw it, it was watching Ma. I was gasping, half sobbing, unable to form a coherent sentence. He came around the desk and guided me to a chair. "Easy now," he said, his voice calm and steady, a stark contrast to my hysteria. "Just take a breath. Tell me what happened." I tried. I told him everything. From the thud in the storm to the handprint on the glass, the scraping sound, the footprints, and finally, the silent figure at the edge of the trees. I knew how it sounded. It was the ravings of a lunatic, a story so outlandish it couldn't possibly be true. I expected him to dismiss it, to call for a psychiatric evaluation. But he didn't. He just listened, his gaze steady and serious, his face unreadable. When I was finished, my story hanging in the quiet air of the office, he was silent for a long time. He walked over to a window that looked out towards the mountains, their peaks still wreathed in the morning mist. "You shouldn't have been up there," he said, his voice low. "I told you, the mountains keep their own counsel. There are some places, some things that don't like to be disturbed." "What was it?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. "Do you know what it was?" He turned back to me, and for the first time, I saw something in his eyes beyond professional concern. It was a deep, wary sadness, a knowledge he clearly wished he didn't possess. "There are stories," he said, avoiding my question. "Old stories. The Cherokee who lived here first, they had names for things that walk in the woods, things that are best avoided. The settlers who came after, they learned to fear the high places and the deep woods, especially after dark. They call it a lot of things. Most folks nowadays just call it a legend." He looked at the scratches on my arms. "But legends don't leave tracks," he added quietly. He went to a small first aid kit on a shelf and started cleaning my cuts with an antiseptic wipe. His hands were gentle, but his message was clear. The conversation was over. He wasn't going to file a report. He wasn't going to send a team up to the tower. This was a matter to be left alone. A secret the mountains would keep. He was just a man on the border between our world and another, and he knew better than to cross it. The drive home was 5 hours of surreal disconnection. I'd turn on the radio, and the cheerful pop songs and commercials for car insurance felt like they were being broadcast from another planet. How could the world just go on, so normal and mundane, when I knew what was out there? Every time I glanced at the dense woods lining the highway, my heart would seize, my mind twisting the shape of the trees into that tall, gaunt figure. When I finally got back to my apartment, the city felt like a fortress. I locked the front door, bolted it, and slid the chain across. I went through my apartment, checking every window lock, drawing every blind. The safety I had once taken for granted was gone. My home, my sanctuary, now felt like a fragile shell. The weeks that followed were a waking nightmare. I couldn't sleep. When I did, my dreams were of a glass room and long, spider, like fingers tapping on the pane. I couldn't work. The creative part of my brain, the part that could see beauty and design, was paralyzed. All it could produce was the image of that featureless face, watching me from the shadows. I became obsessed. I spent my days and nights online, falling down rabbit holes of cryptozoology and Appalachian folklore. I read about the wampus cat, the spearfinger, the raven mocker. I found dozens of scattered, anecdotal accounts of tall, pale men, seen in the deep woods, of hikers who went missing, of strange tracks found near campsites. They were all dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, bears, owls, overactive imaginations. But I knew better. I had seen it. I never found a name that fit, nothing that truly captured the specific horror of what I had experienced. It was something else, something unnamed and ancient. And the most terrifying part, the thought that circled my mind endlessly, was that it had let me go. It had tracked me for miles, easily keeping pace with my panicked flight. It could have caught me at any time, but it didn't. It just stood at the edge of the woods and watched me leave. It wasn't a hunt. It was a warning. Or worse, an observation. Months passed. I started seeing a therapist. I was diagnosed with PTSD. I was put on medication that dulled the edges of my fear, but couldn't erase the memory. I moved to a new apartment in a high-rise building, thinking that more distance from the ground would make me feel safer. I slowly, painstakingly, began to piece my life back together. I started working again. I even started to believe that it was over, a single, horrific chapter in my life that I could eventually close. Then, last night, it happened. I was working late, trying to finish a project. It was raining, a cold, steady drizzle that streaked down the large window of my 12th floor office. I was tired, my eyes gritty from staring at the screen. I stood up to stretch, walking over to the window to look out at the glittering expanse of the city lights below. And I saw it. On the outside of the glass, a faint, oily smear in the rain. It was a handprint, large with long, thin fingers. It was as if someone had been standing right there, leaning against the glass 12 stories up. I stumbled back, a scream caught in my throat. My blood ran cold. It had found me. It hadn't just watched me leave the forest. It had followed me. I don't know how. I don't want to know. All I know is that the mountains have their secrets, but sometimes they don't stay in the mountains. Sometimes they follow you home. And I know that sooner or later, I will hear a tapping on my window. My name is David. To be precise, David Alistair Finch. In my professional life, I'm an architectural surveyor, a job that demands precision, patience, and an unwavering respect for structure. I spend my days amidst the orderly chaos of urban development, translating the world into blueprints, measurements, and load-bearing calculations. It's a world of right angles and predictable outcomes. Perhaps that's why, for the past 15 years, I've sought my solace in the antithesis of that world, the untamed, unpredictable wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. I am not a casual hiker. I am a seasoned backpacker, a student of the wild. My passion isn't about conquering peaks or setting speed records. It's about immersion. It's about understanding the subtle language of the forest, the rustle of a shrew in the undergrowth, the specific call of a barred owl at dusk. The way the wind sounds as it filters through pine versus oak. These are the details that ground me, the chaotic, living symphony that washes away the sterile silence of a drafting table. My colleagues see my trips as a quaint hobby. For me, they are a necessary pilgrimage, a recalibration of the soul. This particular trip, however, was different. It was born from a discovery made in the dusty archives of a county planning office. While researching old land grants, I stumbled upon a set of topographical maps from the 1940s. Tucked away in a remote, almost inaccessible quadrant of the National Forest, a tiny symbol was marked with spidery ink, BRFT. After cross-referencing with other historical documents, I confirmed it. Black Rock Fire Tower. It had been decommissioned in the late 1960s, deemed too remote for practical use, and simply abandoned, left to the slow, inexorable reclamation of the forest. It wasn't on any modern trail maps. It was a ghost, a forgotten sentinel on a forgotten ridge. The idea of it took root in my mind, a challenge that was both historical and physical. I had to find it. I had to stay in it. The hike-in was arduous, just as I'd anticipated. I left the marked trail system behind after the first 5 miles, relying on my compass and the aging map. The forest grew denser, primeval. The familiar, welcoming woods of the lower elevations gave way to a darker, more ancient-feeling environment. The trees, mostly hemlock and thick, gnarled oaks, grew closer together, their canopy a dense mesh that starved the undergrowth of light. The air grew still and heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. The usual chorus of birdsong began to thin. The cheerful chatter of chickadees replaced by the occasional, lonely cry of a raven circling high above. I noted the change but dismissed it as a natural consequence of the elevation and dense cover. By late afternoon, after a grueling climb up a steep, unmarked incline littered with loose shale, I saw it. The tower wasn't majestic, it was a skeleton, a framework of rusted steel, perhaps 80 feet tall, clawing at the sky from the highest point of the ridge. Its wooden steps were mostly gone, rotted away by decades of rain and snow, leaving only the steel stringers. The cabin at the top, however, looked remarkably intact from a distance. A small, weathered box perched against the vast, empty blue. Getting up was a climb, not a walk. I had to use the steel frame itself, finding handholds and footholds where I could, my heavy pack feeling like an anchor. The wind, which had been absent on the forest floor, was a living thing up here, whistling through the girders with a mournful sound. When I finally hauled myself and my pack into the cabin, I was breathless, my muscles screaming, but filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. The cabin was a time capsule. A thick layer of dust covered everything. The windows were glassless, empty squares that framed a breathtaking 360-degree panorama of rolling, blue-green mountains that stretched to the horizon. A single three-legged stool lay on its side in a corner, and an old, rusted wood burning stove stood against one wall, its flue pipe long since collapsed. I ran my hand over a small wooden shelf, leaving a clean streak in the grime. This was it, the perfect isolation. I spent the next hour setting up my meager camp. I unrolled my sleeping bag, an insulated mat in the center of the floor, positioning it to face the east, ready for the sunrise. I arranged my small stove, my food, and my water filter with practiced efficiency. As I worked, I watched the sun begin its slow descent. The spectacle was magnificent. The sky bled through hues of orange, pink, and deep violet. The shadows of the mountains grew long and skeletal, creeping across the valleys below. The world was awash in a final, glorious burst of color. The last sliver of the sun's orange disk slipped below the farthest ridge, and the world was plunged into the gloaming. And then it happened. It wasn't a sound. It was the lack of it. The moment the last photon of direct sunlight vanished, the world fell silent. It wasn't a gradual quieting, not the gentle fading of the evening chorus. It was instantaneous. It was absolute. The mournful wind that had been my companion on the climb up simply ceased to be. The air became utterly, preternaturally still. At first, I thought it was my hearing, perhaps affected by the altitude change. I stood up and tilted my head, straining. Nothing. The ever-present, high-pitched hum of crickets and cicadas, the background static of a forest at night, was gone. The rustle of small animals in the leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the buzz of a single mosquito, all of it absent. The silence was so profound, so complete, that it felt like a physical presence. It was a heavy, suffocating blanket. It had a weight, a texture. The air in the cabin felt thick, like it had turned to gelatin, muffling any potential sound before it could be born. I cleared my throat, and the small noise felt shockingly loud. Yet it died instantly, with no echo, no reverberation. It was simply swallowed by the oppressive quiet. I walked to one of the open windows and looked out. The landscape was bathed in the soft, ethereal light of a rising moon, a world of silver and black. It was beautiful, but its stillness was terrifying. Nothing moved. Not a leaf, not a branch. It was a photograph, a diorama. My surveyor's mind scrambled for a rational explanation, a temperature inversion, some unique acoustic phenomenon caused by the topography of the surrounding ridges. But my backpacker's instinct, the part of me that had spent thousands of hours in the wild, screamed that this was wrong. This wasn't peace. This was not tranquility. This was a void. I clapped my hands together once, a sharp, cracking sound. It felt pathetic, a tiny, insignificant intrusion that was immediately devoured by the immense, listening quiet. There was no echo. The sound traveled no more than a few feet before it was annihilated. A cold dread, slick and oily, began to seep into my bones. Far colder than the mountain air. I stood there, a lone figure in a forgotten tower, surrounded by 100 miles of forest, and all of it was holding its breath. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of tension. It felt like everything, every creature, every leaf, every blade of grass, was hiding from something that demanded utter, absolute silence. And by making a sound, I had just announced my location. Time ceased to have meaning. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen by the window, a statue carved from fear. Seconds stretched into agonizing minutes. My world had shrunk to the size of the dusty cabin, and the universe outside was a silent, waiting predator. The surveyor in me, the man of logic and reason, was screaming in a locked room in the back of my mind. He was offering frantic, useless explanations, acoustic dead zones, auditory illusions brought on by exhaustion and low oxygen. But the backpacker, the primal man who understood the rhythms of the wild, knew better. He knew this was the silence of prey. My heart was a frantic drum against my ribs, the sound so loud in my own ears that I was terrified it would be heard. I forced myself to take a step back from the window, away from the vast, empty stage of the moonlit mountains. The movement was stiff, robotic. The tiny scuff of my boot on the wooden floor was a gunshot in the vacuum, and like my clap, the sound was born and died in the same instant, absorbed by the oppressive stillness. There was no echo, no decay. It was as if the air itself was a predator, devouring sound. I retreated to the relative darkness of the cabin's center, my back pressing against the cold, rusted metal of the defunct stove. I needed to control my breathing. In, out. Slow, deliberate. Panic was a luxury I couldn't afford. It was the enemy of survival. I crouched down, making myself a smaller target, though from what? I had no idea. My eyes, now adjusted to the dim light, darted around the small space. The three-legged stool, my neatly arranged gear, my sleeping bag, which now looked less like a place of rest and more like a burial shroud. My gaze was inevitably drawn back to the empty window frames. I couldn't help it. I had to know. I had to see. I crawled on my hands and knees, the rough floorboards biting into my palms, until I reached my pack. My fingers, clumsy with adrenaline, fumbled with the clasps until I found my binoculars. With the heavy optics in my hand, I felt a sliver of my professional self return. Observation. Data collection. That was my world. I crept to the north, facing window, keeping low, and slowly raised the binoculars to my eyes. The view leaped forward, the distant, silvered trees becoming a wall of black and white. My hands trembled, making the image swim. I braced my elbows on the dusty floor and took another deep, shuddering breath. I began to scan the tree line at the edge of the rocky clearing where the tower stood. Left to right. Slow. Methodical. Just like surveying a property line. Trees. More trees. The moon cast sharp, defined shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe with the unsteady motion of the binoculars. It was in one of these pools of darkness, at the base of a massive, ancient hemlock, that I saw it. Movement. It wasn't the natural sway of a branch or the scurry of an animal. It was a flowing, liquid motion. A patch of shadow detached itself from the deeper shadow of the tree. It was not the shape of a bear, nor a deer, nor a man. It was tall, impossibly so, and slender to the point of emaciation. It didn't walk. It poured itself across the ground, a current of blackness moving over the rocks and roots without causing a single pebble to shift or a twig to snap. It moved from one shadow to the next with a silent, unnatural grace. My blood ran cold. I couldn't process what I was seeing. The shape was wrong. The movement was wrong. It was a violation of physics, of biology. As it drifted into a patch of faint moonlight, I saw a flicker of pale skin, or something like skin. It was colorless, like a grub, and seemed to stretch over a frame that was all wrong. Limbs too long, joints in the wrong places. I saw no face, no features, just a suggestion of a head that lolled on a thin stalk of a neck. A wave of nausea washed over me. I ripped the binoculars from my face and squeezed my eyes shut, pressing the heels of my palms into them as if to erase the image. It was burned onto the back of my eyelids. That silent, flowing wrongness. This is what they were hiding from. This is why the forest was silent. The crickets, the owls, the mice, they all knew. They knew to be still, to be invisible when the shadow walker was hunting. And I, with my clumsy, noisy arrival and my idiotic, attention-grabbing clap, had rung the dinner bell. I stayed down, huddled on the floor, for what felt like an eternity. The silence outside remained absolute. I didn't dare look again. I didn't want to know where it was. The thought of it being out there, just beyond the thin walls of the cabin, circling the base of my steel cage, was a physical torment. Every nerve ending was on fire. And then, a new sound. It was soft, at first, almost subliminal. A faint scrape. I froze, every muscle tensed. I held my breath, listening with an intensity that bordered on pain. Scrape. It came from below, from the base of the tower. It was the sound of something hard and dragged against the rusted steel of a support girder. Scrape. It was rhythmic, methodical. It was the sound of exploration, of testing. It was feeling the tower, learning its structure. My surveyor's mind, now fully awake and screaming in terror, supplied the horrifying context. It was assessing the integrity of my perch. The scraping continued for an impossibly long time, moving from one leg of the tower to the next. It was a slow, deliberate inspection. My sanctuary had become a cage, and the predator was examining the bars. I was an exhibit 80 feet in the air. Then, the scraping stopped. The silence that rushed back in was somehow more terrifying than the sound it replaced. I waited, my body coiled like a spring, my ears straining against the crushing quiet. What was it doing? Had it given up? Gone away? A desperate, foolish hope flickered within me. That hope was extinguished by the next sound. It was different. It was a wet, slick sound. A soft, dragging thump. And it was closer. It was on the tower itself. It was on the first cross beam, maybe 10 feet off the ground. A wave of pure, unreasoning terror washed over me, and a low moan escaped my lips. The sound was swallowed by the cabin, but I knew it had heard me. It was higher now, 20 feet. It was climbing. Not using the long-gone stairs. It was pulling itself up the steel frame. The sound was of something soft and heavy adhering to the metal, then pulling free. Like a slug or some obscene form of gecko. I scrambled backwards, my hands and feet finding no purchase on the dusty floor, until I hit the opposite wall. I was trapped, utterly and completely trapped. My only way out was the open trapdoor in the floor I had entered through. A direct path down to the thing that was sending towards me in the darkness. 30 feet. 40. It was moving with a slow, horrifying, and relentless certainty. The steel frame of the tower vibrated faintly with each movement. A low thrum that traveled up the structure, and into the floorboards beneath me, into the soles of my feet, into my very bones. I was in a cage, suspended in a silent sky, and something from a nightmare was climbing the bars to get to me. The vibrations were no longer a subtle thrum. They were a shudder that ran through the entire structure. The tower had become the body of some great, dying beast, and I was a parasite trapped within its ribcage. 50 feet. 60. The wet, adhesive sounds were directly beneath me now, punctuated by the sharp, grating noise of something hard, claws or bony protrusions, scraping against the rusted steel. My mind, a frantic mess of surveyor's logic and primal terror, was no longer trying to rationalize. It was simply screaming. The trapdoor in the center of the floor, my only point of entry, was now my greatest vulnerability. It was a flimsy sheet of weathered plywood, held in place by 2 corroded hinges and gravity. It was a welcome mat. Thump, shellac one. The sound was directly below the door. The vibration stopped. A new silence fell, more profound and terrifying than the one that had reigned over the forest. This was a focused silence, a predator's pause. It was here. My body finally broke free from its paralysis, propelled by a surge of pure, undiluted adrenaline. I wasn't going to die cowering against a wall. I lunged for my backpack, a dead weight of nearly 50 pounds, and dragged it with superhuman strength, throwing it onto the trapdoor. It landed with a heavy, muffled thud. It wasn't a barricade. It was a speed bump, a momentary delay. I scrambled back, my eyes locked on the pack. For a second, nothing happened. Then, The backpack lifted slightly, just half an inch before settling back down. It was testing the weight. My breath hitched in my throat. I looked around the cabin in a desperate, wild-eyed search for a weapon. The three-legged stool. My trekking poles. A small camp knife clipped to my belt. All of them felt like children's toys against the unseen horror beneath my feet. Then I saw it. A long, slender finger of pale grub, like white poke through the gap between the trapdoor and the floorboards. It was followed by another, then a third. They weren't fingers. They were limbs, jointed in three places like a spider's leg, ending in what looked like a shard of black obsidian. They moved with a slow, inquisitive delicacy, stroking the underside of my backpack, caressing the splintered wood of the trapdoor. They were feeling, exploring, learning. That was the moment my sanity frayed. The sight of those impossible appendages, moving with such silent, intelligent purpose, was a violation of all natural law. A guttural sob tore from my throat. The limbs retracted instantly. A moment of stillness, and then a cataclysmic binge erupted from below. The entire trapdoor, with my pack on top, jumped a full foot in the air. The sound was deafening, a physical blow that slammed into my chest. It wasn't a sound made of air. It was the sound of force, of immense, brutal power. The wood of the trapdoor screamed, and I saw a long, jagged crack appear down its center. Bang! Another impact, stronger this time. One of the rusted hinges tore free from the floorboards with a screech of tortured metal. The trapdoor tilted, and my pack began to slide. The thing below was no longer exploring. It was breaking in. My mind cleared, washed clean by the certainty of imminent death. There were only two choices: be cornered and killed in this cage, or take a chance on the void. I looked at the glassless window. The 80-foot drop to the rocks below. It was suicide. But then I looked at the steel skeleton of the tower, the girders and cross beams I had used to climb up. It was a ladder, a treacherous, terrifying ladder, but a ladder nonetheless. Shruck! The trapdoor splintered, and one of those pale, multi-jointed limbs shot through the opening, thrashing wildly in the air like a landed fish. The decision was made. I scrambled to the window, not daring to look back. I didn't want the full image of that creature seared into my memory. The partial glimpses were already enough to fuel a lifetime of nightmares. I swung my legs over the ledge, my boots searching for purchase in the darkness. My right foot found a steel I-beam. It was slick. A thin, greasy film coated the metal, the residue of the creature's passage. My hands, slick with sweat, gripped the cold, unforgiving edge of the window frame. I pulled myself out of the cabin, my body dangling in the immense, silent emptiness. The wind had returned, a cold, sharp blade against my face. Or maybe it was just the rush of my own terror. Just as I found a handhold on a vertical girder, I heard it from inside the cabin. The sound of the trapdoor giving way completely. A final crash of splintering wood, followed by the wet, slithering sound of a large, soft body dragging itself into the room I had just vacated. I didn't hesitate. I started to climb down. It was a controlled fall, a desperate scramble from one hold to the next. My surveyor's mind, which had calculated loads and stresses on steel for years, was now doing the most important calculation of its life, judging the integrity of each rusted handhold. In a split second, a new sound came from the window above. It wasn't a thump or a scrape. It was a low, chittering hiss. A sound of frustration and rage that was utterly alien. It was the sound of a predator whose prey had just slipped through its claws. I risked a glance down. The ground was a swirl of darkness impossibly far. I looked up and saw it. A pale, oblong shape leaned out of the window, its long, stalk-like neck craning down. I couldn't see a face, but I felt its attention on me, a palpable pressure, a malevolent focus. It was too big to fit through the window. A small, hysterical laugh escaped me. The architect in me had, inadvertently, saved my life with a design choice made 80 years ago. But my relief was short-lived. The creature's long, pale arms snaked out of the window, reaching, stretching down towards me. It was impossibly long, unfolding joint by joint. The black obsidian tip was less than 10 feet away. I let go. I dropped the last 15 feet, my legs absorbing the impact as best they could. Pain, white, hot and blinding, shot up from my ankle as I crumpled onto the hard, shale-covered ground. I heard a sickening crack, but I was down. I was out. I scrambled to my feet, my broken ankle, screaming in protest, and I ran. I ran without looking back, crashing through the dense, dark undergrowth. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes. I didn't care. I ran with the image of that reaching arm burned into my mind. I ran until my lungs were fire and my legs were lead. I ran until I collapsed at the base of a great oak, miles from the tower. And as I lay there, gasping for air, I heard it, a cricket, a single, tentative chirp, then another, then, from far away, the hoot of an owl. The symphony was returning. The sun was rising. The predator was gone, retreated to whatever dark pit it had crawled from. The forest was breathing again. I never reported the broken ankle. I never told anyone the real story of what happened at the Black Rock Fire Tower. They would have called it a hallucination, a product of exhaustion and isolation. But I know what I saw. I have the limp to prove it. And I no longer find solace in the silence of the wilderness. I know now that true silence isn't peace. It's a warning. It's the respectful quiet of a world holding its breath, waiting for the master of the house to pass by. My name is Rachel Holloway. For the better part of a decade, my life has revolved around a camera lens and the silent, forgotten corners of the world. I'm a photographer, but not the kind you hire for weddings or polished corporate headshots. I specialize in decay. I document the beauty and abandonment, the way nature reclaims what humanity leaves behind. My portfolio is a collection of rust, stained factories, ghost towns swallowed by desert sands, and sanatoriums where peeling paint hangs from the walls like shed skin. My latest project, Steel Sentinels, was focused on the abandoned fire lookout towers of the Appalachian Mountains. These lonely structures, once vital for spotting wildfires, now stand as skeletal relics, slowly surrendering to the elements on remote, windswept peaks. The tower I had chosen for this specific trip was notoriously difficult to reach. It wasn't on any official trail map. I'd found its coordinates through a forum for fellow urban explorers and hikers, a place where whispers of hidden gems are traded like secrets. The post described it as perfectly preserved, but warned of a grueling, unmarked trail. For me, that was the siren's call. The more remote, the more untouched the location, the purer the story it had to tell. I spent 2 days preparing. My gear was meticulously checked at a high-end DSLR, multiple lenses, a tripod, a powerful drone, and enough batteries to last a weekend. Alongside my professional equipment was my camping gear, selected with the same precision. I had a Sub-Zero sleeping bag, a lightweight pack filled with dehydrated meals, a water filter, and a first aid kit that could handle anything short of a compound fracture. I was an experienced outdoorswoman. I knew how to read a compass, how to handle myself in the wild. I believed was prepared for anything the mountains could throw at me. That was my first mistake. The drive itself was a descent into isolation. The smooth, wide highway gave way to a two-lane state road, which then narrowed into a winding country lane where asphalt was more patch than pavement. My phone's signal bars dwindled one by one until the "no service" notification appeared, cutting me off from the world. It was a feeling I was used to, one I usually welcomed. It meant the real journey was beginning. I parked my Jeep at a small, unofficial pull-off, a patch of gravel barely visible from the road. The air that greeted me when I stepped out was different, cleaner, sharper, and heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The forest was a wall of green and brown, a dense tapestry of ancient oaks, towering pines, and tangled rhododendron. It was silent, but it was a living silence, humming with an energy that felt both ancient and watchful. Shouldering my heavy pack, I found the faint indentation in the undergrowth that marked the beginning of the trail. For the first hour, it was a steep, relentless climb. My lungs burned and my legs protested, but I pushed on, finding a rhythm in the crunch of leaves under my boots and the steady beat of my heart. The forest was dense, the canopy so thick that it cast the world in a perpetual twilight. Sunlight struggled to pierce through, dappling the forest floor in shifting, ethereal patterns. It was in the third hour of the hike that the first hint of unease settled in. It wasn't a sound or a sight, but a feeling. The forest had grown quieter. The birdsong had faded, the chittering of squirrels had ceased. The only sound was my own labored breathing, and the whisper of the wind through the high branches. It felt as if the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I paused, scanning the trees around me, but saw nothing but an endless sea of trunks and shadows. I dismissed it as fatigue, a trick of the mind brought on by exertion and solitude. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, through a break in the trees, a dark line against the pale sky, the fire tower. It stood on the very crest of the mountain, a skeletal finger of rusted steel pointing at the heavens. Even from a distance, it was both magnificent and unnerving. It looked like a relic from a forgotten age, a lonely guardian that had long since abandoned its post. The final approach was the steepest yet, a scrambled over moss, covered rocks, and exposed roots. As I emerged from the tree line onto the rocky summit, the full scale of the tower was revealed. It was at least 100 feet tall, a lattice of weathered steel beams bolted together. At the very top sat a small cabin, a glass and wood box that promised a 360-degree view of the world. A metal staircase zigzagged its way up the side, looking impossibly fragile against the vast, open sky. I dropped my pack at the base and took a moment to catch my breath, my eyes tracing the long climb up. The stairs were the only way. They were made of steel, but the treads, the flat parts you step on, were thick wooden planks. They were gray and weathered, scarred by decades of sun and rain, but they looked solid. I grabbed the cold metal handrail and tested the first step with my full weight. It groaned in protest but held firm. One by one, I began to ascend. The climb was dizzying. With every step, the ground fell further away. The wind, which had been a mere whisper in the forest, was a physical force up here, pushing and pulling at me, whistling through the steel framework. I kept my eyes fixed on the step in front of me, focusing on the solid, reassuring feel of the wooden treads under my boots. They were perfectly fine, each one taking my weight without issue. I remember thinking how well built the structure was to have endured for so long. When I finally reached the top platform, my hands were numb from gripping the railing. A heavy trapdoor blocked the entrance to the cabin. It took all my strength to heave it open, revealing a dark, dusty interior. I scrambled inside, dropped the door shut, and the roar of the wind was instantly muffled, replaced by a profound silence. The cabin was a time capsule. A thick layer of dust covered everything. An old metal desk and a broken chair sat in one corner. Faded, yellowed maps were still tacked to one wall, charting the surrounding wilderness. A tattered logbook lay open on the desk, its last entry dated nearly 30 years ago. But the view was breathtaking. Through the grime-streaked windows, I could see the world unfold. Endless waves of mountains rolled away to the horizon, their peaks painted in shades of blue and purple. I was utterly alone in a glass box on top of the world. It was perfect. I spent the next hour setting up. I unrolled my sleeping bag, arranged my camera gear, and prepared a small meal. As the sun began its slow descent, it set the sky on fire. The clouds burned with hues of orange, pink, and gold. This was the shot I had come for. I spent an hour capturing the sunset, lost in my work, feeling a deep sense of triumph and peace. But as the last sliver of sun disappeared below the horizon, the character of the place changed. The world was plunged into a deep, velvety darkness, punctuated only by the cold, distant light of the stars. The silence I had enjoyed earlier now felt heavy, oppressive, and the wind returned. It started as a low moan, but it grew in intensity, pressing against the glass panes of the cabin, making them rattle in their frames. It wasn't just the mindless rush of air anymore. It carried a cadence, a low, guttural murmur that seemed to coil around the tower. I told myself it was just the wind, hitting the steel structure at odd angles. But then I heard the whispers. They were faint at first, woven into the sound of the wind, almost indistinguishable. I thought I was imagining it, but they grew more distinct, seeming to come from just outside the glass. They weren't in any language I could understand, just sibilant, hissing sounds that rose and fell with the gusts of wind. My heart began to pound a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I stood frozen in the center of the cabin, straining to listen, praying I was wrong. That's when I saw the movement. Down below, at the edge of the tree line. The moon was bright enough to cast the forest in a landscape of silver and black. I saw fleeting shapes darting between the trunks. They were too quick, too fluid to be deer or bears. They moved with an unnatural speed. Dark forms that seemed to absorb the moonlight, flitting in and out of the shadows. My rational mind screamed at me. It's a trick of the fading light. It's your own fatigue. It's nothing. But the primal fear that had taken root in my stomach knew better. I wasn't alone on this mountain. And whatever was out there, it knew I was up here. Fear is a cold, sharp thing. It plunged into my gut and twisted. For a long moment, I was paralyzed, a statue of ice in the center of the glass box. My breath hitched in my throat, and the world narrowed to the moonlit tree line below. The shapes were still there, flowing like ink spills between the solid, silent trunks of the trees. They were wrong. Every instinct I had, honed by years of solitude in wild places, screamed that they did not belong. Animals have a certain rhythm, a way of moving that is predictable. Even predators move with a purpose you can understand. This was different. This was chaotic, yet deliberate. It was the movement of something that knew it was being watched and didn't care. My photographer's instincts, buried under the initial wave of terror, finally kicked in. Documented, a voice in my head commanded. Get proof. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled for the camera that was resting on the dusty desk. I swapped the wide-angle lens for my powerful telephoto with a clumsy urgency. The clicks of the mechanism echoing, unnaturally loud in the small cabin, bracing the heavy lens against the grimy window pane to steady it. I aimed it towards the edge of the forest and zoomed in. The viewfinder filled with a grainy, monochrome world of tangled branches and deep shadows. I panned desperately, trying to catch one of the figures, to bring it into sharp focus. But they were too fast. I would catch a flicker of movement, a blur of something impossibly dark, and then it would be gone, swallowed by the shadows, before the autofocus could even lock on. I fired off a dozen shots, the shutter's rapid-fire clack, 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 a pathetic defiance against the oppressive silence outside. I knew, even as I did it, that the photos would show nothing but blurry leaves and tricks of the light. Giving up, I lowered the camera, my arms aching. The whispers returned, louder this time. They were no longer just carried on the wind, but seemed to emanate from the very air around the tower. The sibilant, hissing sounds were punctuated by low, guttural clicks and wet, smacking noises. It sounded like a conversation, a gathering. My mind, frantic for a rational explanation, conjured images of strange nocturnal birds, or even a pack of coyotes. But the sounds were too complex, too varied. They felt intelligent, malignantly intelligent. Then came a new sound, one that made the blood freeze in my veins. Scrape. 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 It was coming from below me. From the tower itself. It was a dry, rasping noise. The sound of something hard and rough being dragged against the rusted steel of the framework. It was slow, rhythmic, and methodical. I pressed my ear against the cold wooden floor of the cabin, my heart hammering against my ribs, so hard I could feel it in my teeth. The sound was clearer now, traveling up the metal beams. It was accompanied by a splintering, cracking noise. Wood. Something was scraping and breaking the wood. My mind flashed to the staircase. The thick, solid wooden treads I had so confidently climbed just hours before. The sound was coming from the stairs. It moved slowly, methodically, from one level of the staircase to the next. Crack. Splinter. A pause, then the sound would start again, slightly higher up, closer. They were on the stairs. The things from the forest were climbing the tower. Panic, pure and undiluted, finally broke through my paralysis. I scrambled away from the floor, my back hitting the far wall of the cabin with a thud. My eyes darted around the small, dusty space, searching for a weapon, for some means of defense. My camera tripod. It was heavy, made of carbon fiber. I grabbed it, collapsing the legs to form a crude club. It felt flimsy and useless in my hands. What good would a tripod be against whatever they were? I looked at the trapdoor, my only exit. It was a heavy slab of wood and metal, secured from the inside by a simple, thick sliding bolt. It was strong, but was it strong enough? The scraping sound was closer now, perhaps halfway up the tower. It was agonizingly slow, as if they were taking their time, savoring the process. As if they knew I was trapped, knew I was listening. The whispers were all around the cabin now, pressing in on the glass from all sides. They were a constant, insidious chorus, a maddening symphony of malice. I sank to the floor, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. I squeezed my eyes shut, but the images of the flitting shapes were burned onto the inside of my eyelids. The sounds were inescapable. The scraping, the splintering, and the endless, hateful whispers. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time had lost all meaning, stretching and compressing in a terrifying new dimension, defined only by fear. The scraping sound continued its slow, deliberate ascent. I started to pray, muttering incoherent pleas to a God I hadn't spoken to in years. I thought of my family, my friends, the life I had so casually left behind to chase these forgotten places. The irony was crushing. I had come seeking the beauty of decay, and now I was about to be decayed myself. At some point, the scraping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise. It was heavy, expectant. The whispers died down to a low, conspiratorial murmur. I held my breath, my ears straining, every nerve in my body screaming. Had they reached the top? Were they right outside the trapdoor? I imagined long, spindly fingers probing the edges of the door, testing its strength. I pictured a single, malevolent eye peering up at me through a crack. I didn't dare move. I stayed huddled in my corner, the tripod clutched in a white, knuckled grip, my gaze locked on the trapdoor. The moon began its descent across the sky, its light shifting through the cabin windows, creating new and terrifying shadows. The old maps on the wall seemed to twist into grotesque faces. The broken chair looked like a hunched, waiting figure. My sanity was fraying at the edges, worn thin by hours of unrelenting terror. I must have drifted into a state of shock, because I don't remember the exact moment the sky began to lighten. I just remember becoming aware of a faint, gray light filtering through the eastern windows. Dawn. The faintest glimmer of hope sparked in my chest. Creatures of the night, things of darkness, they flee from the sun. It was a primal, fairy tale logic, but it was all I had. As the sun climbed higher, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange, the world outside began to look normal again. The whispers had faded completely with the darkness. The oppressive feeling of being watched had lifted. The forest below was just a forest again, still and peaceful in the morning light. It was as if the entire night had been a waking nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But I knew it wasn't. The terror was too real, too visceral. It was etched into my soul. I didn't sleep. Not for a second. As soon as the sun was fully up, flooding the cabin with bright, reassuring light, a desperate energy seized me. I had to get out. I had to get down from this cursed tower and run. I didn't care about my project, my photos, any of it. I just wanted to feel solid ground under my feet and see the sky without a cage of glass and steel around me. I packed my bag in a frantic, clumsy panic. My carefully organized gear was shoved haphazardly into the pack. I didn't bother making coffee or eating. The only thought in my mind was escape. My hands were still shaking, but now it was with a combination of lingering fear and adrenaline. I was a survivor. I had made it through the night. With my pack on my back and the tripod still in my hand, I moved to the trapdoor. I hesitated for a fraction of a second, my heart pounding. What if they were still there waiting? But the bright sunlight gave me courage. I took a deep breath, slid back the heavy bolt, and threw open the trapdoor, ready to flee. I was so desperate to get away that I started down the stairs immediately, not even looking. The relief of sunlight made me careless. My entire being was focused on a singular goal, escaping the glass cage at the top of the sky. I swung my right leg over the threshold of the open trapdoor, reaching for the first step. But instead of the familiar solidity of wood, my foot met only empty air. For a heart-stopping second, my body pitched forward. A scream caught in my throat. My hands, still clutching the tripod, flailed wildly for purchase. My fingertips scraped against the cold, sharp metal edge of the platform floor. Pain shot up my arm, but I held on, my body dangling precariously 100 feet in the air, one leg swinging in the void, the other still safely inside the cabin. My heart hammered against my ribs as if trying to escape. The adrenaline that had fueled my desire to flee now curdled into the icy sludge of pure panic. I scrambled, clawing my way back onto the platform, scraping my elbows raw on the metal. Once I was safely back on my feet, I cautiously peered down, and my blood ran cold. The stairs were gone. Or, more accurately, the skeleton of the staircase remained, but every single wooden tread had been obliterated. This wasn't the slow decay of time. This was deliberate, violent destruction. Each plank had been chewed and torn apart. Splintered shards of wood pointed to the sky like broken ribs. A fine dust of shredded wood littered the steel crossbeams below like sawdust. Deep gouges and teeth marks scarred what little remained attached to the frame. It was a scene of savage, ravenous violence. They hadn't tried to break in. They didn't need to. They had simply, calmly, and systematically destroyed my only way down, trapping me at the top of this tower like a bird in a cage. A dry, hysterical laugh escaped my lips. It was the sound of utter despair. The sunlight, which had been a symbol of hope, now served only to illuminate the full horror of my predicament. I was trapped. The thought echoed in my mind, a horrifying refrain. I paced the tiny cabin like a cornered animal, pulling at my hair. The idea of enduring another night like the last was unthinkable. I would rather die. I had to get down. But how? I looked out the windows to the distant ground. A jump was certain death. There had to be another way. I emptied my backpack onto the floor, my survival gear and camera equipment spilling across the dusty wood. Clothes, first aid supplies, dehydrated meals. And then I saw it. The 50 feet of nylon rope I always carried for emergencies. A desperate spark of hope ignited. 50 feet wasn't enough to reach the ground, but it might be enough to get me to a lower platform. It was a chance I had to take. I looked for a solid anchor. The leg of the old steel desk seemed to be my only option. I dragged it to the center of the cabin and wrapped the rope around the leg again and again, pulling with all my weight to test it. It seemed to hold. I tossed the other end of the rope out the trapdoor. It dropped and swung in the wind, looking terrifyingly short and thin. I pulled on my leather gloves, took a deep breath, and began my descent. The muscles in my arms screamed in protest instantly. The rough, rusted siding of the tower scraped against my clothes. I avoided looking down, focusing only on the hand. Overhand motion, lowering myself slowly. The wind was stronger than I'd realized, swinging my body back and forth, slamming me against the tower's steel frame again and again. The clang of metal echoed in my ears. With every impact, I feared the anchor would give way. But I kept going, pain blooming in my arms and shoulders. Finally, my feet touched the steel grating of a lower landing. I let out a choked breath and sagged against the railing for a moment, looking up at the dangling rope. There was still so far to go. I had no more rope. I looked down. The remaining distance was maybe 30 feet. It was a dangerous jump, but what was the alternative? Wait for the darkness and those things to return? No, not an option. My decision was made. I tossed my tripod down first, then my backpack. They landed with a soft thud on the leafy ground below. I stood on the edge of the platform, heart pounding, said one last prayer, and jumped. The fall felt like an eternity. Then I hit the ground hard. A sharp, blinding pain shot up from my left ankle. I cried out and collapsed in a heap. My ankle was already swelling, turning a sickening shade of purple. It was definitely broken. But I was alive. I was on the ground. An adrenaline surge born of pain and fear got me to my feet. I used my discarded tripod as a makeshift crutch and began to hobble into the woods as fast as I could. I didn't look back at the tower. I never wanted to see it again. The journey back was a hazy nightmare. Every step was agony, my broken ankle sending waves of pain through my body. The forest, which had felt watchful before, now felt actively hostile, as if it were chasing me. I heard the snap of twigs behind me, the faint whisper of voices on the wind. I didn't stop to see if it was my imagination. I just kept moving, driven by a primal terror. After what felt like an eternity, I finally saw the glint of metal through the trees. My Jeep. I had never seen a more beautiful sight. I practically fell into the driver's seat, locked all the doors, and collapsed, shaking uncontrollably. I jammed the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I sped away from that place without a single glance in the rearview mirror. Weeks later, out of the hospital with a cast on my ankle, I tried to return to my normal life. But something inside me had broken on that mountaintop. I couldn't sleep through the night anymore. Every time the wind howled outside my window, I would jolt awake, hearing those whispers. I finally brought myself to look at the photos I had taken that night. Most were just a blur of branches and shifting shadows, as I had expected. But then I saw it. In the last photo I took before the darkness closed in, at the very edge of the frame, something was hiding in the shadows. It was indistinct, a dark, twisted shape. But one detail was chillingly clear, two pale, luminous eyes, glowing in the faint moonlight. They were staring directly at the lens, staring directly at me. I deleted all the photos, formatted the memory card, and put my camera away in a closet. My Steel Sentinels project was over. I have never gone back to photographing abandoned places. The beauty I once saw in decay has been replaced by a cold, abiding fear. I learned a valuable lesson on that mountain. Some places are left abandoned for a reason, and some things in the dark are best left undisturbed. My name is Alex, and what I'm about to share is something I've kept locked away for 10 years. It's a memory that festers, a wound that never quite heals. Some nights I can still hear the water splashing and see that smooth, blank face in the darkness. My cousin Finn was with me. He won't talk about it, not a single word. His wife once called me, late at night, asking what happened on that camping trip in the arcs that left him with a tremor in his hands and a permanent fear of the dark. I couldn't tell her. How do you explain a nightmare that crawled into the real world? But bottling it up is eating me alive. So, I'm writing it all down, just as it happened. Maybe getting it out will finally bring some peace. Or maybe it'll just prove I'm not crazy. Finn and I were inseparable growing up. We were more like brothers than cousins, bonded by a shared love for the untamed wilderness that our parents, city dwellers to the core, never understood. For us, the perfect vacation wasn't a resort or a theme park. It was a tent, a fire, and a sky full of stars, miles away from the nearest ring of a cell phone. By the time I was 22 and Finn was 21, we considered ourselves seasoned outdoorsmen. We'd hiked parts of the Appalachian Trail, navigated the swamps of Louisiana, and spent countless weekends in the national forests, closer to home. We were confident, perhaps arrogant, in our abilities. We believed we understood the woods and its rhythms. That summer, we decided to tackle the Ozarks. The region had always held a certain mystique for us. It was a sprawling, rugged expanse of forested hills, deep valleys, and clear, cold rivers. It felt older, more primal than the other places we'd been. We spent weeks poring over topographical maps, planning a multi-day trek that would take us deep into a section of the national forest that was notoriously remote. Our goal was a specific bend in the Buffalo River, a spot we'd picked out on the map that promised isolation and pristine scenery. The trip started as perfectly as any other. We drove for 6 hours, the concrete jungle slowly giving way to rolling farmland, then to the dense, imposing forests of northern Arkansas. We left the car at a designated trailhead, shouldered our heavy packs, and stepped into the green wilderness. The air immediately changed. It was thick with the smell of damp earth, pine needles, and decaying leaves. The sounds of civilization, the hum of traffic, the distant sirens, were replaced by the chatter of birds, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth, and the whisper of the wind through the canopy of oak and hickory trees. For the first 2 days, we were in heaven. We hiked for miles, our boots crunching on the rocky trail, our conversation easy and punctuated by comfortable silence. We saw deer grazing in sun-dappled clearings and watched a bald eagle soar high above the river. The world felt clean, simple. At night, we'd set up camp, build a crackling fire, and cook our meals. We'd talk for hours about everything and nothing. Our plans for the future, the girls we liked, the sheer, breathtaking beauty of the world around us. As the fire died down to glowing embers, we'd lie back and stare at the Milky Way, a brilliant, shimmering smear across a canvas of absolute black. There was no light pollution here, no sign of humanity other than ourselves. We were utterly, blissfully alone. Or so we thought. It was on the third day that a subtle, almost imperceptible shift occurred. The woods seemed to grow quieter. The constant birdsong faded, and the rustling in the bushes ceased. An unusual stillness settled over the forest, a silence that felt heavy and watchful. We tried to brush it off. Maybe a predator nearby. Spooked everything, Finn suggested, his voice a little too loud in the quiet. I agreed, but the explanation didn't sit right. It felt different. This wasn't the respectful silence of nature. It was a tense, expectant hush. We reached our destination by late afternoon. The perfect bend in the river, just as the map had promised. It was beautiful. The water, crystal clear, flowed gently over a bed of smooth, multi-colored stones. A small, sandy bank provided the ideal spot for our tent, nestled under the protective branches of a massive sycamore tree. Across the river, a steep, rocky bluff rose towards the sky, covered in a thick blanket of trees. It felt like our own private corner of the world. As we set up camp, the feeling of being watched intensified. I'd catch myself scanning the opposite bank, my eyes tracing the dark shadows between the trees on the bluff. Finn, though he tried to hide it with jokes and feign nonchalance, kept glancing over his shoulder. We finished our chores in near silence, the easy camaraderie of the previous days replaced by a taut, unspoken anxiety. That night, the fire seemed less comforting. Its light pushed back the darkness, but it also created a wall of impenetrable black just beyond its reach. Every snap of a twig, every hoot of a distant owl seemed magnified. The river, which had been a soothing presence, now sounded like a constant, whispering murmur, hiding other, quieter sounds. We turned in early, zipping ourselves into the tent and seeking refuge in the false security of our sleeping bags. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. It wasn't a sound that roused me, but a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of absolute terror. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs, straining my ears in the darkness. Finn was breathing deeply beside me, fast asleep. Then I heard it. Splash. 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 It was a slow, rhythmic sound coming from the river. It wasn't the gentle lapping of the current. This was deliberate. My first thought, a desperate grasp at logic, was a deer. Or maybe a bear coming down for a drink. I slowly, carefully, unzipped my sleeping bag. My movements measured to be as silent as possible. The splashing continued, steady and unhurried. I crawled to the front of the tent, my breath held tight in my chest. The mesh window of the tent door faced the river. The moon was nearly full, casting a pale, silvery light over the landscape, bright enough to see by. My fingers trembled as I peeled back the rainfly just enough to peer outside. The river glowed under the moonlight. The water was shallow near our bank, maybe only a foot or two deep. And in the middle of that shallow water, something was crouched. It wasn't a deer. It wasn't a bear. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. It was a figure, vaguely humanoid, hunched on all fours. Its skin was a sickly pale white, like a grub, and completely hairless. It shone wetly in the moonlight. Its limbs were wrong. The arms and legs were too long, bent at angles that defied normal anatomy. Its back was arched into a sharp, unnatural hump, the vertebrae visible as a ridge beneath the tight, smooth skin. It was lapping at the water, its head down, making small, slurping sounds that sent a wave of nausea through me. I was frozen, a spectator to a scene from a nightmare. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't tear my eyes away. It was so utterly alien, yet disturbingly familiar in its form. It was a perversion of a human being. Then it stopped. The slurping sound ceased. The figure froze, perfectly still, its head still bowed to the water. The silence that followed was more terrifying than the splashing had been. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath with me. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. And then its head snapped up. It happened so fast it was a blur. 1 second it was facing the water. The next it was staring directly at our tent. Directly at me. And it had no face. Where the eyes, nose, and brow should have been, there was only a smooth, unbroken expanse of pale, white skin. It was a blank, featureless mask, but I knew it was looking at me. I could feel its gaze, a physical pressure that made my skull ache. And below that horrifying emptiness, a mouth, wide and black, stretched open. It was a gaping hole, a silent scream torn from the fabric of reality. No sound came out, but I heard it in my head, a shriek of pure, unending agony and rage. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. My blood ran cold, and a whimper escaped my lips, a sound I was powerless to stop. The creature reacted to it. It began to rise, unfolding its grotesquely long limbs. It pushed itself up from all fours, standing on 2 legs. It was tall, much taller than a man, It's hunched back, making it seem even more deformed. And then it started to walk. It waded out of the river, its long, pale feet sinking into the sand of our bank. It was coming towards us. Each step was slow, deliberate, and utterly silent, its faceless head locked onto the tent, its gaping mouth still stretched in that horrifying, soundless scream. For a second that stretched into an eternity, my mind simply shut down. It refused to accept the reality of the lanky, faceless thing stepping onto the shore, its silent scream carving a hole in the night. It was a statue of dread, a monument to the impossible, but the soft crunch of its foot on the sandy riverbank shattered the paralysis. This was real. It was happening. And it was coming for us. A primal surge of adrenaline, pure and potent, finally jolted me into action. My first coherent thought was Finn. I scrambled backward, away from the mesh window, my hand flying my cousin's shoulder. I shook him hard. "Finn, wake up. Wake up now," I hissed, my voice a ragged, choked whisper. He mumbled something incoherent, trying to bat my hand away in his sleep. The creature was closer now, halfway between the river and our tent. Its walk was a grotesque parody of a human's, a slow, disjointed limp, as if it was still learning how to use its newly upright limbs. Its long arms swung loosely, the fingers nearly scraping the ground. "Finn, for God's sake, get up." I shook him again with all the force I could muster. "There's something outside." This time he stirred, propping himself up on his elbows, his eyes bleary with sleep. "Alex, what the hell's wrong with you?" he grumbled, his voice thick and groggy. "Shut up and listen," I commanded, my own terror making my voice sharp. I pointed a trembling finger towards the front of the tent. "Look." He squinted, his brain still catching up. He crawled forward, peering through the mesh screen just as I had. I watched his body go rigid. The sleepy confusion on his face evaporated, replaced by a mask of stark, absolute horror. He made a sound, a soft, strangled gasp, like all the air had been punched from his lungs. He recoiled from the window so violently he almost knocked the tent pole over. What is that?" he stammered, his eyes wide and white in the gloom of the tent. "I don't know," I breathed, "but we have to go. Now." The thing was only 20 feet away. The moonlight illuminated its smooth, blank face, a horrifying canvas of nothingness. The gaping mouth remained stretched, a permanent fixture of silent agony. We couldn't use the front zipper. It was too slow, too loud, and would lead us straight towards it. Our minds, honed by years of wilderness survival, albeit for entirely different threats, worked in frantic unison. "The back," Finn whispered, his eyes darting around wildly. He fumbled in the dark for his pack, pulling out the hunting knife he always kept clipped to the side. I did the same, my own knife feeling flimsy and useless in my hand. With a shared, desperate glance, Finn plunged the blade into the back wall of the tent. The sound of the ripping nylon was deafening in the silence, a violent tear in the fabric of the night. He sliced downwards, creating a crude, jagged flap. We didn't wait. I shoved my bare feet into my hiking boots, not bothering with socks, while Finn did the same. We left everything else, our packs, our food, our water filters, the smoldering remains of our fire. None of it mattered. I scrambled through the opening first, landing on the damp, cold ground. The air was frigid against my skin. I turned and helped pull Finn through. For a brief moment, we crouched behind the tent, shielded from the creature's view. We could hear it now, a soft, wet, shuffling sound as it reached our campsite. The woods, I whispered, pointing towards the wall of darkness behind us. Don't stop running. No matter what. Finn just nodded, his face pale and slick with sweat. We took one last look at each other, a silent acknowledgement that our lives had been irrevocably cleaved into a before and after. Then we ran. We plunged into the forest, into absolute blackness. The canopy of leaves overhead blocked out the moonlight, and we were instantly blinded. We ran with our arms outstretched, crashing through unseen bushes, stumbling over roots. Branches whipped at our faces, stinging our cheeks and arms. The only sounds were our own ragged, panicked gasps for air and the thunder of our feet on the leaf-littered ground. We didn't dare look back. We just ran, fueled by a terror so profound it was almost a physical force pushing us onward. My lungs burned. My legs ached. A low-hanging branch caught me across the forehead, and I stumbled, tasting the warm, coppery tang of blood in my mouth. But I didn't stop. After what felt like an eternity of blind, frantic sprinting, we burst into a small clearing. A patch of ground where the trees thinned and the moonlight could once again reach the forest floor. We skidded to a halt, bent over, hands on our knees, desperately sucking in air. Did we lose it? Finn panted, his voice cracking. I risked a glance back into the darkness we had just fled. I saw nothing. I heard nothing. The woods had returned to that eerie, watchful silence from before. But it wasn't comforting. It felt like a predator holding its breath. I don't know, I said. We can't stop. We have to keep moving. We started off again, this time at a slightly slower, more sustainable pace. We were moving uphill, away from the river, our instincts screaming at us to gain higher ground. The adrenaline was beginning to fade, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and a trembling that I couldn't control. The reality of our situation was crashing down on me. We were lost, miles from our car, with no gear, no food, no water, and no map, and we were being hunted. That's when we heard it. It wasn't the shuffling sound from before. It was a sharp crack, the sound of a heavy branch snapping. It came from the darkness to our left, startlingly close. We froze, our hearts leaping into our throats. We stood motionless, straining our ears. Silence. Then, another crack. This time to our right. My blood ran cold. It wasn't just following us. It was flanking us. It was hunting us with a terrifying intelligence. It was using the darkness, circling us, toying with us. The feeling of being prey was overwhelming. We were no longer two confident outdoorsmen in our element. We were just two terrified animals, cornered and helpless. "It's hurting us," Finn whispered, his voice trembling with a new level of fear. He was right. The sounds were guiding our path, cutting off our escape routes, pushing us in a direction of its choosing. Panic took over again. We abandoned any attempt at stealth and bolted, running straight ahead, up the steepest part of the hill. It was a grueling, desperate scramble. We used our hands to pull ourselves up, grabbing onto roots and rocks. Behind us, the forest remained silent, but the feeling of that faceless gaze was a physical weight on my back. We finally crested the hill, our legs screaming in protest. Below us, the forest stretched out, a sea of black under the pale moon. We had a momentary advantage, a clear view of the area we had just climbed. We scanned the trees, our eyes darting back and forth, searching for any sign of movement. And we saw it. It wasn't trying to hide. It emerged from the tree line at the bottom of the hill, its tall, hunched frame silhouetted against a patch of moonlight. It stood there for a moment, its head tilted as if listening. Then it began to climb. And it was fast. It dropped back onto all fours, its unnaturally long limbs finding purchase on the steep incline with sickening ease. It moved like a spider, scuttling up the hill with a speed that was utterly horrifying. It wasn't running, it was flowing over the terrain, a pale, silent nightmare closing the distance between us with terrifying efficiency. The sight broke what little composure we had left. "Run!" Finn screamed, and we turned and fled, crashing back down into the darkness on the other side of the ridge. We were no longer just running from it. We were running for our lives, and we knew, with a certainty that chilled us to the bone, that it was a race we were losing. Our run was no longer tactical. It was a pure, mindless flight. A frantic plunge down the backside of the ridge into suffocating darkness. Our legs operated on the most primal of human instincts, survival. The image of that thing scuttling up the hill like a spider was burned into my mind. It didn't move like anything that belonged to the natural world, bound by the laws of physics. It was mobile horror, and it was gaining on us. The forest below became a maze of pain and panic. We fell, we scrambled up. Our clothes were torn to shreds by thorns we couldn't see. Every step was a gamble, a potential twisted ankle, or a fall that would end it all. But we didn't dare slow down. We couldn't hear it behind us, but we could feel it. The presence was a crushing weight on our backs, a cold certainty that death was just paces behind. "This way!" Finn yelled, his voice raw with panic. He veered to the left, towards where the trees seemed to thin slightly. A path. A trick of the moonlight. We had no other option. We plunged into the gap. It was a fatal mistake. The ground beneath our feet vanished. It wasn't a path, it was the edge of a steep, eroded gully. I cried out as my feet hit empty air, my arms flailing wildly for a handhold. My fingers snagged on a thick root snaking from the dirt wall, my body swinging hard against the damp, crumbling earth. "Alex!" Finn's shriek came from above. "I'm here! I'm okay!" I yelled back, trying to haul myself up. Loose soil raining down into the blackness below. I couldn't see the bottom. Then Finn screamed again. This time it wasn't my name. It was a scream of pure, abject terror and agony. I looked up, my heart seizing in my chest. The creature stood at the edge of the gully, looming over Finn, who was now on the ground. It had moved past us in the dark, laying a perfect ambush. One of its long, pale arms pinned Finn to the forest floor. The other was raised high. In its hand, no, not a hand, the limb tapered into three sharp, bone, white talons. It was poised to strike. Its blank face was inches from Finn's. The gaping mouth still held its silent scream. But now I could feel it, a psychic pressure boring into my skull, making the world swim with nausea. "Finn!" I screamed, pulling myself out of the gully with a surge of desperate strength. I still had the hunting knife clutched in my hand. Without a thought, I launched myself at the tall, hunched figure. I drove the knife into its back. It was like stabbing a tough, leather tire. The blade sank in only an inch or two before stopping dead. The creature didn't even flinch. It slowly, deliberately, turned its featureless head toward me. The cold, mechanical movement was more terrifying than any violent reaction could have been. It withdrew its bony talons from Finn's direction and turned to face me fully. Finn seized the opportunity, scrambling backward, his left sleeve torn and soaked with blood. The creature took a slow step toward me. It had forgotten Finn. I was its target now. The pressure in my head intensified, becoming unbearable. The world spun, and I dropped to one knee. I looked up at its blank face, and in that void, I saw a reflection of my own terror. Suddenly, another sound cut through the night. Not from the creature, not from us. It was the sound of the forest. A loud, rushing sound of water. I glanced past it and realized where the gully led. We hadn't been running away from the river. The creature had herded us in a circle. We were back at the water's edge, not the calm, sandy bank of our camp, but at the top of a sheer rock cliff overlooking a churning, violent section of the river 50 feet below. "Alex! Jump!" Finn was yelling. He was already at the edge of the cliff. I looked from the creature, now only a few feet away, to Finn and the dark, raging river below. It was a choice between certain death and possible death. I chose possible. I scrambled to my feet and made a break for the cliff edge. I felt a rush of air as its talons sliced through the space where my back had just been. I didn't hesitate. I didn't look down. I closed my eyes and leaped into the void. The fall was terrifying but blessedly short. I hit the water with a brutal, concussive force. The cold was so absolute it stole my breath, a paralyzing shock that seized every muscle. The current immediately grabbed me, pulling me under, tumbling me through a cold, violent darkness. My lungs screamed for air. I fought wildly, kicking and clawing against the river's powerful grip. Finally, my head broke the surface. I took a huge, ragged gasp of air, coughing and sputtering. "Finn," I yelled into the darkness. "Here." His voice came from somewhere nearby. I thrashed around and saw him cling to a large, floating log. I swam the last few feet, my limbs heavy and numb, the freezing water sapping the last of my strength. He helped pull me up onto the log. We clung to it, shivering uncontrollably from cold and shock, as the current swept us swiftly downriver, away from the cliff, away from the thing that hunted us. I dared one last look back. It was standing on the edge of the cliff, a tall, skeletal silhouette against a sky that was just beginning to lighten. The first hints of dawn were painting the horizon a bruised, gray color. The creature stood perfectly still, watching us float away. It made no move to follow. It just watched, and as the first rays of the sun touched the tops of the trees, it turned and melted back into the shadows of the forest, a phantom banished by the light. We floated for hours, numb and silent. Finn's arm had stopped bleeding, but looked terrible. We were found late that morning by a pair of kayakers, who saw us clinging to the log pale, hypothermic and incoherent. The story we told the park rangers and the police was a heavily edited version of the truth. We said we were attacked by a bear, panicked, ran into the darkness, and fell off the cliff. They believed us, or at least they pretended to. It was a more palatable explanation than the truth. A team they sent to our campsite found the tent shredded and our gear scattered. A problem bear, they concluded. But we knew better. It's been 10 years. The scar on Finn's arm has faded, but the tremor in his hands remains. He never went camping again. He never speaks of what happened that night, and I've never asked him to. For me, the wilderness is no longer a place of solace. It's a place of dark memories, where the impossible lurks just beyond the edge of the firelight. I don't know what we saw that night. A creature from some forgotten folklore, an ancient thing without a name. But I know it was real. I saw it, I felt it. I survived it. And that's why I'm writing this down. Not to convince anyone, but to affirm to myself that I'm not insane. and to serve as a warning that there are dark corners of this world that we don't understand. And sometimes, the things that live in the dark come out to hunt. My name is Alex, and until last autumn, my favorite place on earth was the wild, untamed coastline of Washington state. There's a certain kind of raw, profound beauty where the ancient, moss-draped rainforests of the Olympic Peninsula crash into the violent gray waters of the Pacific. It's a place that feels prehistoric, a landscape of giants, from the towering Sitka spruces to the colossal sea stacks that stand like silent sentinels against the tide. My girlfriend, Chloe, shared this love. We weren't casual campers, we were enthusiasts, collectors of remote places and quiet moments. We'd been together for 5 years. Our relationship built on a foundation of shared adventures and a mutual understanding that happiness was often found far from city lights and cell signals. This trip was meant to be a celebration of that, a return to our favorite stretch of secluded beach, a place so difficult to get to that we'd never seen another soul there. The hike-in was arduous, a 3-hour trek through dense, dripping forest. The trail a muddy ribbon winding through a sea of ferns. But we emerged, as we always did, onto a crescent of sand that felt like our own private world. The beach was walled in on 3 sides by steep, forested cliffs, and on the 4th by the endless expanse of the ocean. A massive, chaotic pile of driftwood, some logs as thick as a car, lay heaped at the base of the cliffs, a natural barrier between the forest and the open sand. We set up our tent in its usual spot, a flat, grassy patch just above the high tide line, with a perfect view of the water. The first day was idyllic, a perfect carbon copy of our best memories. The sky was a rare, brilliant blue. We explored the tide pools, marveling at the vibrant starfish and scuttling crabs. We gathered firewood, built a crackling fire, and cooked our dinner as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and purple. The rhythmic crash of the waves was a soothing symphony, the air crisp with the clean scent of salt and pine. As darkness enveloped us, we lay back on the sand, staring up at a canopy of stars so bright and numerous they seemed to tear holes in the fabric of the night. There was no light pollution, no noise, just the two of us and the immense, beautiful wilderness. We felt completely, utterly alone, and it was glorious. It was Chloe who noticed the tide first. "Look," she murmured, her head resting on my shoulder. "The sand is like a blank slate." She was right. The setting sun cast long shadows, and the receding tide had left behind a vast, smooth expanse of wet, dark sand. It was pristine, untouched. Every ripple and grain was visible, a perfect, damp canvas waiting for an impression. We had spent the last hour near our fire, well away from the water's edge, so our own footprints were only on the dry, pale sand near the tent. The wet stretch was flawless. Or it had been. Driven by a simple curiosity, I walked towards the water, my boots leaving the first dark prints on the wet surface. The ocean whispered as it retreated, a soft, sighing sound. And that's when I saw it. About 20 feet from the water's edge was a single footprint. It wasn't mine. It wasn't Chloe's. It was a bare foot, perfectly rendered in the compressed sand. The arch, the heel, the distinct impression of 5 toes. It was undeniably human. But it was the context that made my blood run cold. There was only one. I walked in a wide circle around it, my eyes scanning the sand in every direction. There was no other print. No trail leading to it, no trail leading away. It was as if a person had materialized out of thin air, taken a single step, and then vanished. The print pointed away from the ocean, towards the forest. "Chloe, come look at this," I called, my voice sounding tight and unnatural. She walked over, her brow furrowed in confusion as she followed my gaze. "Whoa, that's weird." "Weird doesn't cover it," I said, crouching down for a closer look. The print was deep, as if made by a heavy person. "Where's the other one? Where did they go?" Chloe hugged her arms around herself, a shiver running through her that had nothing to do with the evening chill. "Maybe the tide washed the others away." "Look at the sand, Chloe. It's perfect. If there were other prints, we'd see them, or at least remnants of them. This is just one, placed right here." We stood there for a long time, staring at the impossible footprint as the last light of day faded. We tried to rationalize it. A prankster. Out here. Impossible. Someone hopping. The depth of the print suggested a steady, downward pressure, not the awkward landing of a hop. We had no answers, and the mystery of it left a stain on the perfect evening. We retreated to the warmth of our fire, but I found myself glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, half expecting to see a figure standing silently at the edge of the light. An hour later, the temperature had dropped, and we decided to turn in. Inside the tent, zipped up against the night, the world shrank to the small, fragile dome of nylon around us. The comforting sounds of the wilderness, the waves, the wind in the trees, now seemed to hold a new, menacing quality. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sounded like a footstep. "I can't stop thinking about that footprint," Chloe whispered in the dark. "It was probably just some weird tidal thing." I lied, trying to sound convincing, but my heart was hammering against my ribs. That's when we heard it. It was a sound from directly behind the tent, from the direction of the massive driftwood pile. A slow, heavy scrape. It was the sound of wood dragging against wood, but it was also wet, somehow with a sickening, fleshy quality to it. It was not the sound of an animal. It wasn't a raccoon or a bear. It was a deliberate, methodical noise. Scrape, pause, scrape. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. Chloe let out a tiny, stifled gasp. I held my breath, listening. The scraping stopped. Silence descended again, but it was a heavy, watchful silence now. "What was that?" Chloe breathed, her voice trembling. "I don't know." My hand fumbled for my high-powered flashlight. My mind raced. A bear? No, the sound was wrong. A person. The idea was somehow even more terrifying. I had to look. I had to know. Slowly, I unzipped the tent's flap, my movements clumsy with fear. The cold night air hit my face. I pointed the flashlight towards the driftwood pile, its powerful beam cutting a sharp, white tunnel through the darkness. The light swept across the gnarled, twisted logs, the deep shadows, the tangled roots. There was nothing there. Just wood. The sound was gone. A wave of relief, cold and weak, washed over me. "Nothing," I said, my voice a croak. "There's nothing there. Probably just a log settling." But I didn't believe it. And as I started to zip the tent back up, a dreadful impulse made me swing the beam of light back towards the beach. The tide had crept further in, the water now gleaming where the first footprint had been. It was gone, washed away by the sea, but my breath caught in my throat. There, in the wet sand, was another one. It was another single, bare footprint, identical to the first, but this one was new. This one was different. This one was only 30 feet from our tent. Something was out there in the darkness. It was moving when we weren't looking, hiding when we were, and with every passing moment it was getting closer. Time ceased to have meaning. We were two statues in a nylon tomb, every nerve ending screaming. The flashlight in my hand felt impossibly heavy, its beam fixed on that single, perfect footprint in the wet sand. 30 feet. It had closed the distance by half in a single, silent leap while my back was turned. My mind, which had been struggling to find a rational explanation, was now wiped clean, replaced by a primal, paralyzing fear. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't an animal. Animals don't leave single human footprints. They don't move with silent, calculated intent. This was a hunt, and we were the prey. Alex? Chloe's voice was a thread of sound, so faint I almost didn't hear it over the blood pounding in my ears. Zip up the tent. Now. Her words broke the spell. With a trembling hand, I fumbled with the zipper, the metallic rasp sounding like a gunshot in the crushing silence. Once sealed inside, the darkness felt absolute, suffocating. Our world was now just the thin fabric of the tent, and the certain knowledge of what lay just beyond it. We didn't dare turn on a light. We didn't dare speak above a whisper. We just sat there, huddled together in the center of the tent, listening. The rhythmic crash of the waves, once a sound of comfort, now felt like a countdown timer, each wave marking another second we were trapped. The wind rustling the tent fabric sounded like claws scratching to get in. My imagination ran wild, painting pictures in the dark of what could be out there. A madman who lived in these woods, preying on lost hikers. The thought was terrifying, but what my gut was screaming felt worse. The silence, the single prints. It felt like something else. Something that didn't play by the rules of our world. We have to do something, I whispered, my lips dry. We can't just sit here. What can we do? Chloe whispered back, her body trembling against mine. Run where? Into the forest, in the dark. Alex. We'd be lost in minutes. We'd be running blind. She was right. The trail had been difficult enough in the daylight. At night, it would be a death trap of roots and ravines. We had a compass, but it was useless without a path to follow. To leave the relative safety of the beach and plunge into that blackness felt like suicide. What about the driftwood? I suggested, the idea forming slowly in my terrified mind. It's a fortress. We could climb inside, hide in the gaps between the logs. It wouldn't find us in there. We could wait until sunrise. It felt like our only option. It was closer than the forest trail, and it offered solid, tangible cover. We could wedge ourselves deep inside the chaotic pile of ancient wood and be invisible. We just had to make it across the 50 yards of open sand that separated us from it. As if in response to my thought, the sound started again. Scrape. It was different this time. It wasn't coming from the driftwood pile behind us. It was coming from the side, from the open beach. It was the same slow, heavy, draggy noise, but it was punctuated by a wet, slapping sound. Slap, scrape, slap. It was the sound of something heavy and lame, dragging a part of itself through the wet sand. And it was moving. It was circling us. Chloe's hand clamped down on my arm, her nails digging into my skin. I could feel her silent scream. The sound moved slowly, deliberately. Around the front of our tent, a predator assessing its trapped quarry. We held our breath, our bodies rigid. The scraping was so close now. I felt like I could feel the vibration through the ground. Then, a shadow fell across the tent wall. It was a sliver of deeper black against the gray, black of the nylon, cast by the faint starlight. The shadow was long and thin, unnaturally so. It wavered for a moment, and then it pressed against the tent. The fabric indented, and a shape pushed through. A long, slender protuberance, like a finger, but far too long, with a joint bent at an impossible angle. It traced a slow, deliberate line down the side of our tent. We saw the fabric stretch and deform under its pressure. It was touching our shelter. It was feeling for us. I have never known a terror so complete. It was the terror of a mouse cowering in the wall as the cat paws at the hole. We were utterly helpless, our fate resting in the hands of a creature whose form and intent we couldn't begin to comprehend. Chloe let out a choked sob, burying her face in my chest to muffle the sound. The touch lasted for an eternity, that single, alien finger exploring the flimsy barrier that separated us from it. Then, as slowly as it appeared, it withdrew. The shadow vanished. The scraping sound resumed, moving away now, back towards the driftwood pile. It's going back. I breathed, the words catching in my throat. It's going back to the logs. The realization hit us both at the same time. My plan to hide in the driftwood was not a plan for escape. It was a plan to deliver ourselves directly to the creature's lair. It had come from there. It was returning there. It was waiting there. We were truly, utterly trapped. The forest was a black maw of uncertainty. The driftwood was a confirmed den of the monster. The ocean was a churning, freezing void. All that was left was this tiny patch of sand, and a tent that now felt as protective as a sheet of paper. "We have to go," Chloe said, her voice suddenly firm, laced with the steely resolve that only comes from absolute desperation. We run. Now. Back the way we came. We take the flashlight and we run for the trail. It's our only chance. It'll hear us. It'll see us, I argued. But my heart knew she was right. Staying here was a death sentence. Moving was a gamble, but it was the only one we had. It's in the driftwood. Alex, its back is to us. If we're quiet, we can get a head start. We have to try. We moved with the frantic, clumsy haste of pure adrenaline. I grabbed the big flashlight and my camping knife, a pathetic weapon that felt like a toothpick. Chloe stuffed a water bottle and a protein bar into her small day pack. We didn't have time for anything else. The tent, our sleeping bags, our food, all of it was being left behind. "Okay," I whispered, my hand on the zipper. "On 3. Don't look anywhere but straight ahead. Just run for the tree line. Don't stop. No matter what you hear, you do not stop. Understand?" She nodded, her eyes wide in the gloom. 1, 2. The world seemed to hold its breath. Ta! I ripped the zipper open and we exploded out of the tent. The cold air was a shock. The sudden exposure terrifying. I clicked on the flashlight, its beam cutting a frantic, bouncing path across the sand as we sprinted. We didn't look back. We didn't look towards the driftwood. We fixed our eyes on the dark wall of the forest, the entrance to the trail, our only sliver of hope. Our feet pounded on the sand. The sound of the waves was deafening. 10 yards. 20, 30. We were halfway there. My lungs burned. My legs screamed. We were going to make it. It was a flicker of movement at the edge of my flashlight beam that made me falter. A morbid, suicidal curiosity forced me to glance to my right, sweeping the light across the beach. The sand was no longer a blank slate. There was a trail. A clear, undeniable trail of footprints leading from the water's edge. But it wasn't a trail of single prints. It was a pair. A left foot, then a right. Bare, human-looking feet walking out of the ocean. The trail led directly past our tent, and then it stopped. It stopped right at the base of the massive driftwood pile. And from the deep, dark shadows between two colossal logs, something shifted. The flashlight beam caught it for a fraction of a second. It wasn't a man. It was too tall, too thin. Its limbs were too long. And as it turned its head towards the light, I saw 2 points of pale, reflected light, like the eyes of a deep sea fish. Then it let out a sound. It wasn't a roar or a scream. It was a low, guttural clicking, a sound of hunger and amusement. And it began to crawl out of the wood to chase us. There is no thought in a moment like that, only instinct. The sight of that creature, the impossible length of its limbs, the pale twin stars of its eyes, the hungry, clicking sound that echoed in my skull, bypassed every rational process and plugged directly into the oldest, most primitive part of my brain, the part that only knows one word: run. We didn't scream. The terror was too deep for that. The only sounds were our ragged gasps for air and the frantic pounding of our feet on the sand. My flashlight beam danced wildly ahead of us, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. The forest edge, which had seemed so far away, was now just yards ahead. Behind us, the clicking grew louder, joined by a new sound, a wet, heavy shuffling as the creature pulled its grizzled body from the driftwood and onto the open sand. It was fast, faster than anything that size had a right to be. We hit the tree line not as a sanctuary, but as a wall. We plunged from open space into a claustrophobic tangle of branches and thorns. The air grew colder, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay. The trail we had so carefully followed in the daylight was gone, swallowed by the night.
This way,
I yelled, grabbing Chloe's hand and pulling her to the left, following a path that seemed slightly less dense. The flashlight beam cut a frantic path through the undergrowth, revealing a nightmare landscape of twisted roots that looked like grasping claws and ancient trees that loomed like silent, disapproving giants. Every shadow seemed to writhe and twist, taking on the shape of our pursuer. The sounds of the chase changed. The shuffling on sand was replaced by the violent snapping of branches and the heavy thud of its limbs against tree trunks. It wasn't trying to be stealthy anymore. It was a battering ram of flesh and bone, crashing through the forest behind us, and the sound was getting closer. It was gaining on us with terrifying speed. "Alex, I can't." Chloe cried out, her voice ragged. And then she was gone. My hand, which had been gripping hers, was suddenly empty. I spun around, sweeping the light back. She was on the ground, tangled in a mess of roots, her face a mask of pain and terror. "My ankle," she gasped, trying to push herself up. "I think it's broken." The clicking sound was deafeningly close now. It was just beyond the edge of my light, hidden by the thick curtain of trees. I could hear its strange, labored breathing. I hauled Chloe to her feet, her arms slung over my shoulder. She cried out in pain as she put weight on her foot. We couldn't run. We could barely even walk. It was over. We were going to die here, in this dark, forgotten corner of the world. "Hide," I hissed, my mind racing. "We have to hide." My light fell on a massive, fallen sequoia, its base ripped from the earth, leaving a hollow cavity underneath its root ball. It was a dark, cramped space, but it was our only chance. "There."
get in.
We half stumbled, half fell towards it, scrambling into the earthy darkness beneath the roots. We pressed ourselves back into the damp soil, pulling fallen branches and clumps of moss over the entrance. I switched off the flashlight, and the world vanished into absolute, terrifying blackness. We were buried alive. The crashing sound stopped. Silence descended once more, but it was 1,000 times worse than the noise. It was a thinking silence, a listening silence. We held our breath, trying to will our hearts to stop hammering against our ribs. I could feel Chloe trembling uncontrollably beside me. The creature was out there, just feet away. It was waiting. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Had it lost us? Had it given up? A sliver of insane hope began to flicker in my chest. Then I heard a voice. "Alex, Alex, where are you? I'm scared." It was Chloe's voice. It was her exact inflection, her exact pitch, laced with the same terror I felt. But it wasn't coming from beside me. It was coming from 20 yards away out in the forest. My blood turned to ice. I felt Chloe stiffen beside me, her hand clamping over her own mouth. It was a trick, a trap. The creature wasn't just a mindless beast. It was intelligent. It was a mimic. It had heard her cry out, and it was using her voice to lure me into the open. "Alex, please!" "It hurts." The voice called again, closer this time. It was a perfect imitation, a flawless, cruel piece of audio theater. My mind knew it was a lie, but my heart ached to respond, to run to the sound of her voice. It was the most insidious form of torture I could imagine. We stayed silent, buried in the earth, as the mimicry continued. The creature circled our hiding spot, calling out in Chloe's voice, its performance shifting from pleading to anger. "Alex, why did you leave me? Why are you hiding?" I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block it out, focusing on the real Chloe beside me, her warm breath on my cheek. The creature was getting frustrated. The clicking sound started again, a low, angry chatter that seemed to come from all directions at once. Then we heard scraping. The sound of its long, hard limbs digging at the earth, searching for us. It was sniffing us out like a dog digging for a bone. The scraping got closer, until it was right above us, on the other side of the root ball. We could hear the dirt and rocks being thrown aside. It knew we were here. It was digging its way in. This was it. There was no escape. I fumbled in my pocket and my fingers closed around the cold, hard steel of my camping knife. It was a pathetic, useless gesture, but it was all I had left. I wasn't going to die cowering in a hole. "I love you," I whispered to Chloe, my voice thick with unshed tears. "I love you too," she whispered back, her voice surprisingly calm, resigned. I shifted my weight, preparing to move, to make one last, futile stand. And as I did, my foot slipped on the damp earth. A small cascade of pebbles and soil tumbled down from the edge of our hiding spot. The digging stopped. The clicking stopped. A long, slender shape poked through the opening, silhouetted against the faint starlight. The same impossibly long finger we had seen at the tent. It twitched, feeling the air, inches from my face. And then Chloe did something I will never understand. An act of either supreme sacrifice or pure, panicked instinct. With a guttural cry, she launched herself out of the other side of the hollow, scrambling into the open.
"Eli! Over!"
she screamed. The creature reacted instantly. The finger withdrew, and I heard its immense weight shift as it scrambled around the root ball towards the new sound. I heard Chloe's scream, a true scream this time, cut short by a sickening, wet crunch. And then I ran. I didn't think. I didn't make a choice. My body made it for me. I scrambled out of the hole and sprinted into the blackness, away from the sounds, away from what had just happened. I ran blind, tears streaming down my face, branches whipping at my skin. I fell, I got up, I kept running. I ran until my lungs were on fire and my legs were numb. I ran until the sounds of the forest were just the sounds of the forest again. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, maybe. By some miracle, I stumbled upon the trail, and then, hours later, the road. When the first rays of dawn broke through the trees, they found me collapsed on the asphalt, a babbling, incoherent mess. They organized a search party. They found our camp, the tent slashed to ribbons. They found the trail of footprints on the beach, which they dismissed as a strange tidal phenomenon. They searched the woods for days. They found a few drops of blood that matched Chloe's type and her day pack, but they never found her. The official report said she was taken by a cougar, or perhaps she got lost and succumbed to the elements. They sent me to therapy. They told me trauma can make the mind invent things. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. I live it every day. I live with the guilt of running. I live with the memory of her last scream. And every night, when I close my eyes, I'm back on that beach. And I hear that low, guttural clicking. The sound of something that walks out of the ocean on human feet. The sound of something that learns your voice before it eats you. It's still out there, in the deep, dark woods where the rainforest meets the sea. And it's waiting. My name is Alex, and before I learned what true fear was, I thought I was immune to it. For 6 years, the Army had been my life, my teacher, and my forge. It had taken a raw, directionless kid from Ohio and hammered me into a man who could function on 2 hours of sleep, march 20 miles with a full pack, and keep his head clear while the world screamed around him. In the service, I met the 2 men I trusted more than my own family, Rick and Steve. Rick was our sergeant, a natural leader with a booming voice and a presence that commanded respect. He was built like a small truck, all dense muscle and stubborn resolve. He was the kind of man who planned everything, from mission logistics to weekend barbecues, with meticulous, almost obsessive detail. He believed that with enough preparation, any situation could be controlled. It was his mantra, the core of his being. His confidence was a tangible force, a shield that the rest of us often stood behind. Steve was the opposite. He was our unit's designated marksman, a man who moved with a quiet, deliberate grace that bordered on unnerving. He was lean, wiry, and rarely spoke unless he had something vital to say. His silence wasn't awkward, it was watchful. His eyes, a pale, piercing blue, seemed to see everything. The subtle shift of a leaf, the flicker of movement in the distance, the lie behind a man's smile. Where Rick was the hammer, Steve was the scalpel, precise and deadly effective. We used to joke that Steve could hear a butterfly sneeze from a mile away. None of us thought it was much of an exaggeration. After our tours ended, we went our separate ways, assimilated back into a civilian world that felt too loud, too soft, too simple. We kept in touch, of course, but the bond forged in the crucible of deployment was hard to maintain through phone calls and text messages. It was Rick's idea to go to Alaska. He sold it as the ultimate test, the final adventure to reaffirm who we were. No guides, no trails, no safety net. He'd said over a crackling conference call, just us, the wilderness, and whatever it decides to throw at us. A real trip. For old time's sake. For him, it was about conquering a new frontier. For Steve, it was about the silence and the challenge of a truly wild place. For me, it was about reconnecting with the only 2 men on Earth who understood the part of me that the Army had created. So we agreed. We spent months planning, pooling our knowledge, buying the best gear our money could buy. We were professionals, and we would approach this trip with the same seriousness as a mission. Flying into the remote Alaskan interior was the first step in shedding the modern world. The small bush plane rattled and groaned, a tiny metal dragonfly against a backdrop of impossible grandeur. Below us, civilization didn't just end, it vanished. The world became a brutal, beautiful tapestry of jagged, snow-dusted peaks, sprawling forests of dark green spruce and pine, and rivers that snake it through the valleys like silver veins. When the pilot dropped us off on the stony bank of a glacial lake, the roar of his engine fading into the distance was the last sound of machinery we would hear. The silence that replaced it was absolute. It was a physical presence, a weight in the air that pressed in on you, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the pines and the distant cry of a hawk. It was magnificent and deeply humbling. We were three small, insignificant specks in a land that was ancient, powerful, and utterly indifferent to our existence. The first 2 days were exactly what we had hoped for. We set up our camp with military precision, tents arranged in a defensive triangle, a fire pit in the center, gear stowed and secured. We fished in the crystal, clear lake, pulling out beautiful, fat trout that we cooked over the open fire. We hiked for miles, Rick navigating with his compass and maps, Steve pointing out animal tracks I would have walked right over. We fell back into our old rhythm, the easy camaraderie of men who had faced death together. We told stories, laughed, and drank whiskey under a sky so clear and filled with stars it felt like you could reach up and scoop them out with your hands. There was a feeling, though, a subtle undercurrent that I couldn't quite shake. Sometimes a sudden silence would fall over the woods, a complete cessation of all animal and insect noise that felt unnatural. A few times, I caught myself glancing over my shoulder, the primitive part of my brain screaming that I was being watched. I dismissed it. This was Alaska. Of course we were being watched. Bears, wolves, moose, we were visitors in their home. Steve seemed to feel it too. I'd see him pause mid-stride, his head cocked, listening to something I couldn't hear. When I'd ask, he'd just shake his head slightly. Wind, he'd murmur. But his eyes would keep scanning the dense tree line. The third day is when the world tilted on its axis. We had decided to push further into a valley we'd seen from a ridge, a place choked with old growth forest that looked like it hadn't been touched by man in 1,000 years. The air grew cooler under the dense canopy, the light filtering down in hazy, cathedral-like shafts. It was quiet, the ground a soft carpet of moss and fallen needles. We smelled it before we saw it. A coppery, metallic scent, thick and cloying. The smell of blood, but not the fresh, clean scent of a predator's kill. This was stale, heavy, and wrong. Rick, ever the leader, held up a hand, and we slowed our approach, our senses on high alert. We moved forward, our boots silent on the moss, until we stepped into a small clearing. And there it was. It was a deer, a large doe, but it hadn't been killed by a wolf or a bear. It had been arranged. The sight was so profoundly disturbing, so fundamentally wrong, that my brain struggled to process it. It was laid perfectly in the center of the clearing, a grotesque sculpture on a stage of green moss. Its body was intact, untouched by scavengers, but its limbs were broken and bent into perfect, 90-degree angles, like a macabre piece of origami. Its neck had been snapped, and its head twisted completely around, so that its glassy, dead eyes stared directly up at the canopy. its mouth open in a silent scream. There was no blood pool, only a few dark stains on the moss beneath it, suggesting it had been killed elsewhere and placed here. Placed, displayed, it was a statement. An obscene altar built in the heart of the woods. We stood there for a long moment, the three of us silent. The easy confidence of the past 2 days evaporated, replaced by a cold, creeping dread. This was not the work of any animal we knew. What the hell? Rick finally breathed, his voice a low whisper. He took a half step forward, then stopped. A bear wouldn't do this. Wolves tear things apart. This is... He trailed off, unable to find the word. It's a warning, Steve said, his voice flat and hard. He hadn't taken his eyes off the surrounding trees since we'd arrived. His rifle, which he'd been carrying loosely, was now held at a low ready. A warning from who? I asked, my voice sounding thin. There's no one out here for 100 miles. Steve didn't answer. He just kept scanning, his jaw tight. Rick, trying to reclaim control, tried to rationalize it. Maybe some sick hunter, a poacher trying to be weird. But his words lacked conviction. We all knew. No hunter would haul a dead deer into the middle of nowhere just to break its legs and leave it. The sheer effort, the pointlessness of it, was what made it so terrifying. It was an act of intelligent, malevolent design. The spell was broken. The beautiful, indifferent wilderness no longer felt indifferent. It felt hostile. The feeling of being watched was no longer a paranoid fancy. It was a certainty. Something was in these woods with us. Something that could snap the bones of a full, grown deer like twigs and arrange it as a message. A message we were clearly meant to find. We backed away slowly, never turning our backs on the clearing, and began the long, silent walk back to our camp, the image of dead eyes staring at the sky, burned forever into our minds. The sun was beginning to dip below the peaks, and for the first time on the trip, I was afraid of the dark. The walk back to camp was the longest mile of my life. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into unnatural shapes. Every gust of wind, whispering through the pines, sounded like a voice, and the familiar snap of a twig underfoot made my heart leap into my throat. The vibrant, living wilderness we had admired just hours before now felt like a tomb. We walked in tight formation, a habit drilled into us by years of training, but it offered little comfort. Our rifles were no longer just tools for hunting or defense against bears. They were talismans, heavy and cold in our hands, our only proof against the encroaching madness. The image of the deer, its shattered limbs, its skyward gaze, was a cancer in my mind, growing with every step. When we finally saw the familiar clearing of our campsite, there was no sense of relief. Home base had become the center of a target. The sun was bleeding out behind the mountains, painting the sky in brutal strokes of orange and purple. Darkness was coming, and it felt less like the natural end of a day and more like an accomplice. Rick, true to form, immediately took charge. For him, action was the antidote to fear. All right, he barked, his voice tight but forceful, trying to wrestle control back from the unknown. We're not just sitting ducks. Alex, get the fire built up. I want it big enough to read by from 100 yards. Steve, you're with me. We're establishing a perimeter. While I worked on the fire, feeding it log after log until it roared to life, casting a flickering, defiant circle of light, Rick and Steve moved with grim purpose. They weren't just tidying up, they were fortifying a position. They used paracord to rig a crude tripwire system around the camp, tied to stacks of our cooking pans and empty cans. it was a primitive alarm, but the noise might give us a precious few seconds. They cleared fields of fire, kicking away fallen branches and debris that could provide cover for anything approaching. They checked and re-checked our weapons, the metallic clicks of bolts and magazines echoing unnervingly in the twilight. Rick was trying to turn our campsite into a military outpost, imposing order on a situation that was fundamentally chaotic. It was all he knew how to do. Steve, however, was different. He worked silently, his movements fluid and economical, but his eyes never stopped moving. He scanned the impenetrable wall of black trees that surrounded us, his head tilted as if he were listening to a frequency only he could perceive. The usual calm in his eyes was gone, replaced by a diamond-hard focus, the look he got right before taking a difficult shot. He knew, I think, that our pans and tripwires were a child's defense against whatever was out there. As the last sliver of light died and the world was plunged into a profound, starless dark, a new kind of silence fell. It wasn't the peaceful, empty silence of our first 2 nights. This was a heavy, listening silence. The crickets were quiet. The frogs in the nearby lake were mute. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting. We sat on logs around the roaring fire, our rifles across our laps. The firelight felt like a flimsy shield. It pushed the darkness back 20 feet, but in doing so, it created a deeper, more absolute blackness beyond its reach. We were on an island of light in an ocean of hostile shadow. For an hour, nothing happened. The only sounds were the crackle and spit of the fire, and our own ragged breathing. The tension was a physical thing, a tightening band around my chest. Then we heard it. It started at the edge of hearing, a faint crunch. I might have dismissed it as a falling pine cone, but then it came again. Crunch and again. Crunch. It was a footstep. It was heavy. The sound of significant weight pressing down on the forest floor. And it was bipedal. There was no mistaking the rhythm. Thump, thump, thump. It wasn't the four-footed shuffle of a bear or the delicate tread of a moose. It was the gait of something walking on 2 legs. Rick and Steve heard it at the same instant. 3 heads snapped up, 3 sets of eyes staring into the darkness beyond the fire. Rick slowly, silently raised his rifle to his shoulder, pointing it toward the sound. Steve didn't move a muscle, but his knuckles were white where he gripped his weapon. The footsteps were not trying to be quiet. They were deliberate, methodical, confident. The thing crunched through the undergrowth with an unnerving nonchalance, as if it had no fear of us at all. It was making a statement: I am here. I know you are here. And I am not afraid. It began to circle our camp. The sound moved slowly, deliberately, from our right flank, around towards our rear. Crunch, snap, thump. It stayed just outside the reach of the firelight, a mobile source of terror in the pitch black. We were soldiers, trained to react to threats, to engage an enemy. But how do you engage a sound? How do you fight something you can't see? Something that refuses to show itself? All we could do was sit there, paralyzed, turning our heads to follow the noise, our rifles tracing its path through the unseen woods. This went on for what felt like an eternity. Hours crawled by. The moonless sky offered no relief. The fire, which had been our beacon of defiance, now felt like a trap, pinning us in place. The psychological toll was immense. Every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. My palms were slick with sweat, my throat as dry as dust. I looked at Rick, the commander who always had a plan, The man who believed any situation could be controlled was gone. In his place was a man staring his own powerlessness in the face. His face, illuminated by the fire, was a mask of tense concentration, but I could see the fear leaking from the corners of his eyes. The circling stopped. The sudden absence of the sound was somehow worse than the sound itself. The woods were utterly silent again. My ears strained, trying to catch the slightest noise. Where was it? Was it gone? Or was it just standing there, watching us, waiting? My mind filled in the blanks, picturing a monstrous shape standing just feet beyond the light, its eyes fixed on us. We remained frozen for 10, maybe 15 minutes. The tension had become unbearable, a high-frequency whine in my skull. Rick was about to speak, to break the spell, when a new sound came from the darkness. It was a whisper, a quiet, intimate, and horribly clear whisper that cut through the night air. "Hey, Rick, let me in." My blood turned to ice water. It wasn't just the words, a request so mundane yet so terrifying in this context. It was the voice. It was a perfect, flawless imitation of Steve's voice. The same tone, the same quiet cadence, the same slight rasp. If I had closed my eyes, I would have sworn on my life that it was Steve speaking from the shadows. But it wasn't. Because Steve was sitting right next to me. He hadn't moved. He hadn't spoken a word. His face was a pale, shocked mask in the firelight, his own blue eyes wide with a terror that mirrored my own. He stared at me, then at Rick, his mouth slightly agape. A silent testament to the impossibility of what we had just heard. Something in the darkness, something with a heavy, two-legged walk, had just spoken to us in our friend's voice. The warning with the deer was one thing. This was something else entirely. This was intimate. This was intelligent. It knew our names. It knew our voices. And it was trying to get inside. For a long moment after the whisper faded, the world ceased to exist. There was only the roaring fire, the three of us frozen like statues, and the suffocating pressure of the silence that followed. The sound of my own blood pounding in my ears was a deafening drumbeat. The mimicry had been so perfect, so utterly flawless, that it broke something fundamental in my understanding of reality. Animals didn't do that. Humans couldn't do that, not with such precision, not out here. What was left? Rick was the first to break. He scrambled backward off his log, kicking it over, his rifle swinging wildly toward the darkness where the voice had originated. "Who's there?" he roared, his voice cracking with a mixture of rage and terror, undiluted terror.
Show yourself, you son of a bitch! Show yourself!
His outburst was a raw nerve exposed. This wasn't the calm, commanding sergeant we knew. This was a cornered animal lashing out. His authority, the bedrock on which our confidence was built, had shattered into a million pieces. "Rick, shut up," Steve hissed, his voice trembling but sharp. He grabbed Rick's arm, pulling the rifle barrel down. "Don't answer it. Don't talk to it." Steve's face was ashen. The fear in his eyes was profound, but it was a different kind of fear than Rick's. It was the fear of a man who understands. He is facing something far outside his comprehension. He looked at me, his expression pleading, as if to say, you see what we're dealing with." The creature in the woods seemed to enjoy Rick's outburst. A new sound drifted from the darkness, from a different direction this time. It was a soft, wet chuckling sound. It was low and guttural, filled with a chilling, ancient amusement. It was the sound of a predator playing with its food. It knew it had broken us. The display with the deer was a physical warning. But this was an invasion. It had bypassed our perimeter, our weapons, our training, and had crawled directly into our minds. We huddled closer to the fire, our backs to each other, forming a tight, terrified triangle. We were 3 trained soldiers, armed with high-powered rifles, reduced to frightened children hiding from the monster under the bed. The very concept of a plan was gone. Our enemy wasn't a tangible target we could sight in on. It was a ghost that wore our friend's voice. An hour passed in agonizing silence, broken only by the chuckling that would start and stop from different points in the woods. A constant, mocking reminder that it was still there, still watching, still enjoying our terror. Then, it changed tactics. Alex, a voice whispered from the trees behind me. It was Rick's voice. The deep, commanding baritone, the slight gravelly edge. Alex, my light's out. I can't see. Help me. I flinched so hard I nearly fell into the fire. I looked at Rick, who was sitting 5 feet away. His face illuminated by the flames, his mouth clamped shut in a grim line, his eyes wide with horror. He shook his head slowly, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on his cheek. It was toying with us. It was systematically dismantling our trust, our sanity, piece by piece. It wasn't just mimicking us, it was using our own words, our own fears, against us. It knew I would respond to a call for help from my sergeant. It was a psychological attack of terrifying sophistication. "Don't listen," Steve whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackling flames. "It's just noise. It's trying to separate us. Stay in the light." But the light was no longer a sanctuary. It was a stage. We were the actors, and it was the audience, hidden in the velvet darkness of the theater. The tripwires and pans we had so carefully set up seemed like a pathetic joke. What good was an alarm against something that could talk you into walking out to your own death? The hours until dawn were the longest of our lives. The creature never stopped. It used my voice to ask Steve for more ammunition. It used a voice we didn't recognize, a woman's voice, sobbing softly just beyond the trees. It made the sound of a deer in distress, followed by the sickening snap of bones, a clear echo of the grotesque sculpture we had found. It was a symphony of horror, composed specifically for us. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. We just sat and listened, and felt our minds fraying at the edges. The fire began to die down, and none of us had the courage to venture even a few feet into the darkness to gather more wood. The circle of light shrank, and the shadows crept closer, becoming taller, more menacing. The cold of the Alaskan night seeped into our bones, but it was nothing compared to the cold in our souls. The final assault came just as the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky. The absolute black was softening into a deep charcoal, and a sliver of hope, fragile as a spider's thread, began to form in my chest. Maybe we would survive this. Maybe the dawn would banish it. Then we heard the scream. It wasn't a mimic. It wasn't a trick. It was a raw, piercing shriek of pure agony that ripped through the forest. It was followed by a cacophony of metallic clattering and crashing. It was the sound of our tripwire alarm. It had finally crossed the line. We all leaped to our feet, rifles raised, adrenaline surging through us in a final, desperate wave. We stared at the spot where the sound had come from, a section of woods about 30 yards from our camp. The sound of something heavy thrashing in the undergrowth, tangled in our makeshift alarm, filled the air. "Light it up!" Rick screamed, his command instincts returning in a final, defiant roar. We didn't need to be told twice. All three of us opened fire. We emptied our magazines into the thrashing darkness, the muzzle flashes tearing brilliant. Momentary holes in the gloom. The roar of the rifles was deafening, a desperate attempt to impose our own violence onto the world, to answer the horror with overwhelming force. We fired until our bolts locked back on empty chambers, the sudden silence ringing in our ears. The thrashing had stopped. The woods were quiet. For a heartbeat, we thought we had done it. We thought we had killed it. Then, from the bullet-riddled darkness, the chuckling started again. It was louder now, deeper, and it was no longer amused. It was angry. It was the sound of something that had been inconvenienced, not harmed. That was it. That was the moment we broke. "Go!" Steve screamed, already grabbing his pack. "Go now." We didn't need convincing. We abandoned everything. The tents, the cooking gear, the food, the smoldering remains of our fire. We grabbed our packs and our empty rifles and we ran. We ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, away from the camp, away from that hateful, chuckling sound. We ran with the terror, fueled strength of prey fleeing a predator it cannot comprehend. We didn't look back. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs screamed, until the gray light of dawn turned the forest from a place of monsters into a place of trees again. We never stopped. Not until we stumbled onto the stony shore of the lake where the plane had left us, collapsing in an exhausted, trembling heap. We were rescued 2 days later, half-starved and borderline hypothermic. We told the pilot we had been stalked by a large, aggressive bear. He nodded, said it happens. But the look in his eyes told me he didn't fully believe us. He saw the hollowed-out look on our faces, the look of men who have stared into an abyss and seen something stare back. We never spoke of what happened that night. Not a single word. There was an unspoken agreement between us. To speak of it would be to give it more power, to admit that it had followed us out of the woods, which it had. It lives in the quiet moments, in the darkness behind my eyes. Rick's booming confidence is gone, replaced by a constant, nervous vigilance. Steve, the man who loved the silence, now sleeps with a radio on. And me, I can't stand the woods anymore. Sometimes, in the dead of night, I wake up, my heart pounding, swearing I can hear a faint, familiar whisper from the darkness of my room. Let me in. My name is Alara Vance, and the events I am about to recount unfolded during what was intended to be a brief sojourn into the heart of the German countryside. My companions on this ill-fated expedition were two of my dearest friends, Anna Schmidt, a pragmatic and resourceful individual with a keen interest in local history, and Josh Miller, an adventurous spirit whose enthusiasm often bordered on recklessness. Our destination was a densely wooded area situated near the border, a region known for its ancient forests, and as we would soon discover, a disquieting and somber past. The initial allure of the location was its remoteness. We sought an escape from the relentless pace of urban life, a chance to reconnect with nature and enjoy the tranquility of the wilderness. Anna, in particular, had been captivated by tales she had unearthed during her research. Whispers of forgotten settlements and historical events that had left an indelible mark on the land. It was this confluence of our shared love for the outdoors and Anna's fascination with the region's history that ultimately led us to this secluded spot. As we ventured deeper into the forest, a subtle shift in atmosphere became increasingly palpable. The air grew heavy, laden with a stillness that felt less like peace and more, like a pregnant pause. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy overhead, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed with the gentle sway of the branches. Even the sounds of the forest seemed muted, as if nature itself held its breath in anticipation of something unseen. Anna, ever the historian, recounted some of the local lore as we set up our small campsite. She spoke of battles fought centuries ago, of a village that had mysteriously vanished without a trace, and of unsettling occurrences that had been reported by locals over the years. While Josh and I listened with a mixture of fascination and slight amusement, there was an undeniable undercurrent of seriousness in Anna's voice that hinted at a deeper understanding of the place's character. "They say this forest remembers," she remarked, her gaze drifting towards the ancient trees that surrounded us like silent sentinels, "that the echoes of the past are woven into very fabric of this land." Josh, ever the skeptic, chuckled. "Come on, Anna. You're starting to sound like one of those ghost stories you love so much. It's just a forest, a bit old maybe, but nothing to get spooked about." I found myself somewhere between their two perspectives. While I didn't necessarily believe in supernatural phenomena, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something undeniably different about this place. An almost tangible weight of history seemed to press down on us, creating a sense of unease that I couldn't quite articulate. Our first evening in the forest passed without incident, though the pervasive stillness continued to unsettle me. As darkness descended, the familiar sounds of the night, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves seemed strangely absent, replaced by an unnerving silence. We sat around our small campfire, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows that played tricks on our eyes. Later, as we lay in our tents, attempting to drift off to sleep, I thought I heard something. A faint, rhythmic sound, like the distant thud of someone walking in unison. I strained my ears, trying to discern what it could be, but the sound was too faint, too indistinct. I dismissed it as the rustling of leaves, or perhaps the sound of my own blood rushing in my ears. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Anna, who was in the adjacent tent. There was a brief pause before she replied, her voice slightly muffled by the tent fabric. "Hear what?" I thought I heard marching, like a group of people walking in step. Another pause. "Marching. Alara, you're probably just tired. Go to sleep." Josh, in his tent on the other side, remained silent. I told myself that Anna was right, that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me in the unfamiliar surroundings. Yet, a seed of unease had been planted, a subtle prickle of apprehension that lingered as I eventually drifted into a fitful sleep. The following day, the oppressive atmosphere of the forest seemed to have intensified. The air felt heavier, the shadows darker. As we hiked along a barely discernible trail, Josh, who had ventured slightly off course, suddenly called out, "Hey, guys, look what I found." He emerged from the undergrowth, holding a rusted metal object in his hand. As we got closer, we could see that it was an old helmet, heavily corroded and covered in dirt. Its design looked vaguely military, though it was difficult to discern any specific markings due to its deteriorated condition. "Whoa, that's pretty old," Anna remarked, examining the helmet with interest. "Looks like something from one of the wars." Josh grinned, turning the helmet over in his hands. "Cool, huh? I'm keeping it. Makes a good souvenir." I felt a sudden, inexplicable chill run down my spine. There was something about the helmet, its silent testament to a forgotten past, that made me uneasy. "Are you sure that's a good idea, Josh?" I asked hesitantly. "Maybe we should just leave it here." "Nah, it's just an old helmet," he replied dismissively. "No harm in taking it." Despite my reservations, Josh insisted on keeping his find, tucking it securely into his backpack. We continued our hike, the discovery casting a subtle pall over our mood. Even Josh seemed a little quieter than usual, though he would likely never admit it. As the second night descended, the forest seemed to grow even more menacing. The darkness felt thicker, more impenetrable than the night before. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound. It felt like a presence, a watchful stillness that surrounded our small camp. We sat around the campfire again, but the earlier camaraderie had waned. The shadows seemed to dance with a more malevolent energy, and every snap of a twig, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of unease through me. Anna, too, seemed more subdued, her usual cheerful demeanor replaced by a thoughtful silence. Only Josh, perhaps bolstered by his discovery of the helmet, attempted to maintain a semblance of normalcy, telling boisterous stories that somehow fell flat in the oppressive atmosphere. Then, it started again. The sound was faint at first, just a subtle rhythmic thudding that seemed to emanate from the depths of the forest. But this time, it was clearer, more distinct than the night before. There was no mistaking it now. It was the unmistakable sound of marching, the rhythmic tramp of boots on the forest floor grew steadily louder, as if a large group of people were approaching our camp. The sound was eerily uniform, each step falling with a precise and unsettling cadence. It was a sound that spoke of discipline, of order. But in this isolated wilderness, it felt profoundly out of place, deeply disturbing. A cold dread began to grip me, tightening its icy fingers around my heart. This was no figment of my imagination. Anna and Josh exchanged nervous glances, their earlier skepticism replaced by a palpable fear. The marching grew closer, until it sounded like it was just outside the perimeter of our campsite. The rhythmic tramp of boots reverberated through the ground, vibrating up through the soles of our feet. And then we heard other sounds. Faint, guttural shouts carried on the still night air. The language was unfamiliar, harsh and guttural, sending shivers down my spine. A wave of primal fear washed over me. This was no ordinary sound, no innocent hikers passing by. There was something deeply wrong here, something sinister and inexplicable. Josh, his face pale in the flickering firelight, reached for his flashlight, his hand trembling slightly. He slowly unzipped the flap of his tent and peered out into the darkness. The beam of his flashlight cut through the blackness, illuminating the dense foliage just beyond our campsite. For a long moment, he remained frozen, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Then, he slowly backed away from the tent opening, his eyes wide with terror. His face was ashen, devoid of all color. He just whispered, his voice barely audible, "They don't have faces." And with that, he zipped the tent shut, his hands shaking violently. He huddled in the corner, refusing to look outside again, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Anna and I stared at each other in stunned silence, the blood running cold in our veins. What did he see? Anna whispered, her voice trembling. I had no answer. The image of Josh's terrified face, the sheer horror in his whispered words, was enough to send a wave of icy dread washing over me. The marching continued relentlessly outside our tents, the guttural shouts echoing through the darkness, and the chilling words hung in the air like a death knell. They don't have faces. We lay huddled in our tents, the sounds of the unseen procession circling our camp, our minds racing with terrifying possibilities. The forest, which had initially seemed like a place of peaceful escape, had transformed into a nightmarish prison, and we were trapped within its terrifying embrace. The long night stretched ahead, filled with the rhythmic tramp of unseen boots and the chilling echo of a faceless horror. We could only wait and pray for the dawn to come, hoping that it would bring with it an end to this terrifying ordeal. The weight of the forest's dark history had finally descended upon us, and we were beginning to understand the true meaning of its ominous silence. The silence that fell inside our tent after Josh's horrifying pronouncement was heavier and more terrifying than the cacophony outside. The words, "They don't have faces," hung in the cold, stale air, painting a picture in our minds far more vivid and monstrous than any ghost story Anna had ever recounted. Outside, the rhythmic tramp of boots continued its relentless beat, a deathly cadence that seemed to shake the very ground beneath us. It was the sound of an army and Phantom Legion marching through the black heart of the German woods, and we were caught in its path. Anna, who was in her own small tent pressed against mine, called out my name in a choked whisper. "Alara, what did he mean? What did he see?" Her voice, usually so steady and assured, was frayed with a terror that mirrored my own. "I don't know." I managed to breathe back, my own voice a reedy, unfamiliar thing. "He won't talk." I shifted my position, the crinkle of my sleeping bag sounding like a gunshot in the tense quiet. I peered through the mesh of my tent's inner door towards Josh's. I could see his silhouette, a hunched shape in the far corner. Rocking almost imperceptibly back and forth, he had his knees drawn up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his head, as if to physically block out the sounds from outside. The flashlight he had dropped lay on the floor, its beam pointing at the tent wall, creating a pale, lonely circle of light. The marching seemed to be circling us now. It wasn't moving past, it was staying. The guttural shouts punctuated the air again, closer this time, sharp and commanding. It was not German, not any language I could place, but it was filled with a cold, brutal authority. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum trying to keep pace with the spectral march outside. Every rational thought had fled my mind, replaced by a primal, all-consuming fear. We were exposed, vulnerable, with only a thin sheet of nylon separating us from a nightmare made real. "We have to do something," Anna whispered, her voice laced with desperation. "We can't just stay here." "Do what?" I shot back, the words sharper than I intended. "Run." Where? Into that. The futility of our situation crashed down on me. We were miles from the nearest road, surrounded by an impenetrable forest that had now become actively hostile. To leave the perceived safety of the tents would be suicide, but to stay felt like waiting for a death sentence to be carried out. Suddenly, the marching stopped. The abrupt silence was somehow more terrifying than the noise. The world held its breath. I found myself straining my ears, listening for a footfall, a snapped twig, anything. There was nothing. Only the sound of my own ragged breathing and a low, guttural whimper from Josh's tent. Then came a new sound, a slow, deliberate scraping. It was the sound of something rough and dry being dragged across the taut fabric of a tent. It was coming from Josh's side. "Scray ape." Pause. "Scray ape." Josh let out a small, strangled cry. "No," he moaned, a single word muffled by his arms. "Go away." The scraping stopped. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. And then a whisper. It was right outside his tent, so close it felt like it was breathing on the canvas. The voice was dry, ancient, like the rustle of dead leaves. It spoke in that same unknown, harsh language, but the tone was inquisitive, demanding. Anna's voice came again, urgent and trembling. Alara. The helmet. He has the helmet in his tent. Of course. The rusted, forgotten relic of a long-dead soldier. Josh's souvenir. A cold realization washed over me, so potent it momentarily eclipsed my fear. The helmet wasn't just an object, it was a beacon. Josh hadn't just found a piece of history. He had disturbed a grave. We weren't just in a haunted forest, we had drawn the attention of the haunted. They weren't just marching, they were looking for something. For one of their own. They think he's one of them, I whispered, the thought solidifying as I spoke it. They're calling to him. The scraping started again, more insistent this time, right against the side of Josh's tent where he was huddled. It was followed by a soft, rhythmic tapping, like a bony finger insistently probing the fabric. Tap, tap.
Josh!
I hissed.
Throw the helmet out.
Get rid of it. There was no response, only the sound of his choked, fearful sobs. He was paralyzed, lost in a waking nightmare, unable to comprehend or act. He was a prisoner in his own mind, and we were trapped right alongside him. Josh, listen to me. Anna pleaded from her tent. You have to open the zip and throw it out. Now. The tapping stopped. A new sound began, a low, collective murmur that seemed to rise from the earth all around us. It was the sound of dozens of voices whispering at once, a sibilant, chilling chorus. It was as if the entire spectral army was now standing just feet away, their faceless gaze fixed upon our camp, their dead breath fogging the night air. And then I saw it. Against the wall of my own tent, a shadow fell. It wasn't cast by the moon or our dying fire. It was a solid, man-shaped silhouette. It stood there for a heartbeat, impossibly tall and still. As my eyes locked onto it, something pressed against the nylon from the outside. The fabric deformed inward, stretching under the pressure. It wasn't a hand, not in any human sense. It was a vague, indistinct shape, a featureless impression that was there and gone in a second. I clamped my hand over my mouth to stifle a scream. Tears streamed down my face, hot against my cold skin. It was real. They were real. And they were touching our tents. They were testing our flimsy fortress. The rest of the night was an eternity of psychological torture. The sounds would fade and return, a cruel tide of terror. One moment, there would be an oppressive silence that stretched our nerves to the breaking point. The next, the whispers would rise again, a maddening chorus from the grave. The scraping against Josh's tent came and went. We didn't dare speak again. There were no words left, only shared, silent terror. We lay there, rigid in our sleeping bags, listening to the movements of the dead. I clutched my small pocket knife, knowing with sickening certainty how useless it would be. Hours passed. The deep, absolute black of the forest softened into a charcoal gray. I noticed it first as a subtle change in the quality of the darkness inside my tent. A sliver of hope, fragile and faint, flickered within me. Dawn. It had to be dawn. As the first hints of gray light filtered through the canopy, the sounds began to change. The whispers grew fainter. The sense of presence receded. The marching started up again, but this time it was different. It was distant, and it was moving away. The rhythmic tramp grew steadily weaker, retreating back into the depths of the woods from which it had come. taking its cold aura with it. We lay in silence, listening, until the last faint footfall faded into nothingness. The only sound left was the first tentative chirp of a morning bird, a sound so normal, so vibrantly alive, that it felt like a sacrilege. The sun was rising. The nightmare was over, or so we hoped. For what felt like another hour, none of us moved. The trauma of the night had left us frozen, unwilling to accept that it was truly over. Finally, mustering every ounce of courage I possessed, I slowly, deliberately reached for the zipper on my tent door. The sound was obscenely loud in the quiet morning air. I pulled it down an inch. Then another, my heart pounding in my throat. I had to see. I had to know what was left outside in the light of day. The rasp of my tent's zipper was a profane sound in the new morning's sanctity. It felt like I was peeling back a bandage from a grievous wound, terrified of what I might find festering underneath. I pulled the zipper down just enough to create a small opening, a narrow slit through which I could view the wreck of our world. My breath hitched in my throat, and I pressed my eye to the gap. The campsite was, at first glance, unnervingly normal. The sky above was a pale, washed out blue, and the morning mist clung to the forest floor, weaving between the ancient, silent trees. The embers of our campfire were a mound of gray ash. It was quiet. The unholy silence of the night had been replaced by the gentle, living stillness of the woods. A bird, bolder now, trilled a cheerful melody from a nearby branch. For a dizzying moment, I wondered if we had imagined it all. If the terror had been nothing more than a shared, vivid nightmare brought on by Anna's ghost stories and the oppressive atmosphere. But then I saw the ground. Encircling our 3 tents was a wide, clear ring where the damp earth, leaves, and pine needles had been trampled flat. It was a perfect, unbroken circle, pounded into the ground by the tread of countless heavy boots. The path was so distinct, so deliberately formed. It looked as though a regiment had been drilling around our camp for hours. And there, in the soft mud at the edge of the circle, were footprints. They were deep and clear, the unmistakable impressions of military-style boots, but they were all facing inward, towards us. My blood ran cold, chasing away any lingering hope of a rational explanation. This was real. It had happened. My gaze shifted to Josh's tent. The fabric on the side, where we'd heard the scraping, was abraded and smeared with dirt and what looked like dried moss. And lying just outside his still, zipped door, half buried in the damp soil, was the helmet. It looked darker now, more sinister in the morning light, like a skull unearthed from a forgotten grave. It seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, a relic that had summoned its long-dead owners back from their unquiet rest. Slowly, carefully, I zipped my tent fully open. The fresh, cool air felt good on my skin, but did little to calm the tremor in my hands. Anna's zipper followed a moment later. She emerged from her tent, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide as she took in the scene. She looked from the trampled circle to the helmet, and then to me. No words were necessary. We saw the same evidence, we shared the same bone, deep certainty. Our biggest problem now was Josh. His tent remained silent and closed. "Josh," Anna called out, her voice unsteady. "It's morning. They're gone." There was no answer. A new, more immediate fear gripped me. What had the night done to him? What had happened to the man who had seen the faceless? I crawled out of my tent and moved cautiously towards his, Anna following close behind. The air around his tent felt colder, stagnant. "Josh, we have to go. We have to leave now." I said, my voice firmer than I felt. I reached for his zipper, my fingers hesitating for a fraction of a second before pulling it down. The interior of the tent was dim and smelled of fear. Josh was exactly where I had last seen him, huddled in the corner, his back to the door. He was completely still. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought he wasn't breathing. "Josh," I whispered, touching his shoulder. He flinched violently at my touch, letting out a sharp, terrified gasp. He scrambled away from me, pressing himself harder into the corner of the tent. He turned his head, and I saw his eyes. They were wide, bloodshot, and utterly vacant, staring at something far beyond the nylon walls of the tent. He was looking, but he wasn't seeing us. He was still trapped in the horror of the night.
"It's us, Josh,"
Anna said softly, her voice filled with a pained gentleness. "It's Alara and Anna. It's over. We're safe." He just shook his head, a tiny, repetitive motion, whispering a stream of broken words. "No faces, no faces. Just holes, black holes. Marching, always marching." He was broken. The night had shattered him. We knew then that we wouldn't just be packing up and hiking out. We would be carrying out a casualty of a war that had ended decades ago. The next hour was a frantic, desperate blur. There was no discussion, only a silent, unified understanding: get out. We tore down our tents with frantic, clumsy hands, stuffing sleeping bags and equipment into our packs with no regard for order. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves in the breeze sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. The forest no longer felt peaceful. It felt watchful. The trees seemed like silent witnesses, their branches twisted into accusatory shapes. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed by unseen eyes, that the Legion was not gone, merely retreated, waiting for the cloak of darkness to return. We had to coax Josh out of his tent. He refused to walk at first, so we had to half lift, half drag him to his feet. He moved like an automaton, his gaze fixed on the ground, flinching at every sound. We gave him no time to see the trampled circle, the evidence of his tormentors. We just needed to move. Anna, with a grim look on her face, used a long stick to push the rusted helmet into a deep crevice between some rocks, covering it with leaves and dirt. "It stays here," she said, her voice hard. "It belongs to them. We abandoned everything non-essential, taking only our packs, and began the hike out. It was the most harrowing journey of my life. The path that had seemed merely indistinct on our way, it now felt treacherous and labyrinthine. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every gnarled tree root looked like a grasping hand. We moved in a charged silence, our ears straining, our eyes scanning the dense woods around us. Josh stumbled between us, still muttering his terrible litany. No faces, just holes. It felt like we were being hunted. The forest itself seemed to be working against us, its branches snagging our clothes, its terrain trying to trip us up. The air was thick with a palpable sense of menace. I didn't dare look back, convinced that if I did, I would see them, standing silently at the edge of the trees, their faceless sockets following our retreat. Hours later, when we finally stumbled out of the woods and onto the dirt road where we had left our car, I almost collapsed with relief. The sight of the vehicle, a solid, man-made object so far removed from the primal horror of the forest, was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We bundled a still, shaking Josh into the back seat and drove away without a second glance. We didn't speak until the ancient forest was nothing more than a dark line in the rearview mirror. The silence in the car was heavy with the unspoken trauma of what we had endured, what we had survived. We never went camping again. Anna put away her history books, her fascination with local lore replaced by a deep-seated fear of what forgotten truths the earth can hold. Josh was never the same. He spent weeks in professional care, and while the constant muttering eventually stopped, the light in his eyes never fully returned. The adventurous, reckless spirit we knew was gone, replaced by a quiet, haunted man who was terrified of the dark. And as for me, I carry the memory of that night like a physical scar. I remember the rhythmic marching, the guttural shouts, and the suffocating weight of a terror so profound it defied all reason. But most of all, I remember Josh's whispered words, a chilling testament to the faceless horrors that still march in the darkest corners of the world, forever guarding the secrets of their unhallowed ground. They are the forest's memory, and we were the unfortunate souls who trespassed upon it.